Good evening. It is now 7 o'clock. We're live on YouTube. I will now pass you over to the Chief Executive, Carol Cooper-Smith.
Good evening, everybody. I'd like to welcome everybody to this virtual meeting of the Council. I'm Carol Cooper-Smith. I'm Chief Executive of Ashfield District Council. I'll explain in a minute why I'm introducing this Council meeting tonight. But just to let you know that this meeting is being streamed live on YouTube. I'm therefore hoping that many members of the public and other interested viewers will be joining us for the meeting. The agenda and associated papers for the meeting are available on the Council's website. To ensure that the audio for this meeting sounds as clear as possible to those tuning in, we will be muting all microphones as a default setting to keep any background noise to a minimum. When you wish to speak, I'd be really grateful if you could raise your hand and wait to be invited to speak. What we've done in the past is we ask you to raise your hand, we make a note of your names, and then you put your hands down. It seems to work reasonably well, so that's the way we'd like to do it tonight. Members, you'll be voting as usual by raising your hands to indicate that you're in favour of the motion, against the motion, or you wish to abstain. And again, please keep your hand in the air until we tell you that we've noted your vote. And once everyone has voted, we will announce the result. I wish to inform you at this point that both the chairman and the vice chairman of the council are safely tucked away at home self-isolating. I can see them on my screen at the minute. They're not poorly themselves, but they're having to stay in their living rooms for the foreseeable future. So neither of them can chair the meeting tonight. That's why I'm kicking off this council meeting. So Andy and Arnie, hope you're all right there, tucked away in your living rooms, and we miss you. But we'll do our best without you. So I would like at this point to call Councillor Helen Ann Smith, the Deputy Leader, to ask, I need a nomination from the floor for a chairman, chairwoman, chairperson for this evening. So Councillor Smith, please.
Yes, thank you, Carol. First of all, I'd like to give best wishes to Andy and Arnie. I know they are both self-isolating through a precaution, but I wish you all the best anyway. And I would like to take this opportunity to propose Councillor Caroline Wilkinson to act as the position of chair for this meeting. I'm sure Caroline will do us very proud. I know we've thrown her into the breach a little bit, so please take it easy on her tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Can I call upon Councillor Tom Hollis, Deputy Leader, to second that motion?
Gladly second that, Chief Executive, and I think it's a bit of a weird time to see the chairman and vice chairman both in the meeting but not chairing it. But Caroline's obviously a very steadfast member in the Ashfield Independents, and I'm sure she'll do a sterling job chairing this meeting, so I'd gladly second her formally to take that role for tonight's meeting. Chief Executive, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hollis. So we're now going to move to the vote, and if you could raise your hand if you wish to vote for Councillor Wilkinson to chair this meeting tonight. When I call your name, you can put your hand down, and I'm doing it by the tiling that I see in front of me. So Councillor Smith, Councillor Hollis, Councillor Nuttall, Councillor Wilmot, Councillor Meakin, Councillor Barsby, Councillor Chapman, Councillor Relf, Councillor Walters, Councillor Gascoigne, Councillor Madden, Councillor Grounds, Councillor Darrington, Councillor Morrison, Councillor Madigan, Councillor Williamson, Councillor Walters, Councillor Smallridge, Councillor Hennigan, Councillor Blagden, Councillor Hankin, Councillor Shaw, Councillor Phil Rostons, Councillor Zadrozny, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Barron, Councillor Martin, Councillor Rostons and Councillor Kieran Brown. The only one who's not voted is Councillor Caroline Wilkinson. I'm assuming she can vote for herself. Looking at Ruth, you can vote for you. So that is unanimous. Thank you very much. And at this point, it's a unanimous vote, so I can now thankfully hand over the chair of this meeting to Councillor Caroline Wilkinson.
Good evening, everyone. Agenda item 1 is to receive apologies for absence. I'm aware that we have received an apology from Councillor Andrew Harding. Do we have any other apologies then, please?
Yes, Chairman, we have apologies from Councillor Samantha Deakin and Councillor John Baird.
Thank you. Agenda item 2 is to consider any declarations of disclosable pecuniary or personal interests of non-disclosable pecuniary or other interests. Do we have any declarations? No, okay. Agenda item 3, to receive and approve as a correct record the minutes of the meeting of the Council held on 3rd of December 2020, pages 9 to 22. Can I call Councillor Tom Hollis to move the minutes of this meeting?
Thank you, Councillor Wilkinson. I gladly move those minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I now ask Councillor Helen Ann Smith to second them?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll happily second those.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak in relation to the accuracy of the minutes only?
Councillor Keir Morrison. And it's just Councillor Keir Morrison.
Okay, Councillor Keir Morrison, please.
Yeah, I think just on the accuracy of the minutes, I believe it's a typo on the version that I've got at the bottom of page 21. It says the meeting was closed at 10:16 a.m. I believe it should read PM.
Okay, thank you.
It felt like PM.
Thank you. Right. Okay. If not, right, we'll go to the vote now. Can you clearly raise your hand if you wish to vote for the motion? When I call your name, can you please put your hand down, please? Thank you. Okay. Councillor Helen Ann Smith, Councillor Tom Hollis, Councillor Warren Nuttall, Councillor John Wilmot, Councillor Andy Beakin, Councillor Keir Barsby, Councillor Christian Chapman, sorry, Councillor Matthew Ralph, Councillor Dave Walters, Councillor Andy Gascoigne, Councillor Rachel Madden, Councillor Dale Grounds, Councillor Melanie Darrington, Councillor Keir Morrison, Councillor Daniel Williamson, Councillor Lee Walters, Councillor John Smallridge, Councillor David Hennigan, Councillor Arnie Hankin, Councillor Dave Shaw, Councillor Phil Rossens, Councillor Jason Zadronsley, Councillor Keir Brown, Councillor Lauren Mitchell, Councillor Chris Barron, Councillor David Martin, Councillor Jim Blagden, Councillor Sarah Madigan, Councillor Trevor Locke, Councillor Kevin Rossens. Thank you. Oh, do I put, yeah. Thank you. Right, that's carried. Right, agenda item 4, to receive any announcements from myself as the chairman, the leader, members of the cabinet, or the head of paid services. Personally, I have no announcements to make. Can I ask if the leader, any members of the cabinet, or the head of paid services have any announcements to make? Okay. So, do you start there? Okay. Carol Cooper-Smith, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a very brief statement from me. We went into full lockdown again just after the new year, and we again are asking quite a lot of our staff at the moment. This has been the best part of 10 months that we've had some kinds of formal procedures and processes to deal with. I'm so proud of the staff and what they're doing for this council and the community that you represent. Not only are they delivering a full range of normal council services, but also we're delivering the full range of government services on top of everything else as well. I can announce, well, not announce, Cabinet announced it last week, but on Boxing Day, a weird day for an announcement, but the Secretary of State, Mr. Jenrick, announced that Ashfield will get 6.27 million from the future High Streets Fund. It's amazing news. I mean, it's a huge amount of money, and it's a bid that's been in train for about 2 years, December 2018. That's correct, 2 years. It's been the longest that I've ever experienced a bidding round, but it really will start to kick off the transformation of Sutton. There are too many people for me to individually thank, because in the 2 years, I think there's so many people had a hand in this, but I will embarrass Councillor Relf, who's led from the front on all of this. I'm sure he'll have a few things to say in his own update. And also, I would also like to embarrass Sarah Daniel, who's led from an officer point of view in the place team. But there's so many people had a hand in this, including the community. It's gone through full community involvement, full member involvement, and I can honestly say that it's a classic partnership bid going forward. It was done under the auspices in the latter stages by Discover Ashfield, so it's got voluntary, other public sector and private sector involvement as well. And I think with that, it also provides match funding for other government funds as well. It's not just the 6.2 million, it's what that then throws us into. So it's incredibly exciting times for Sutton. And if that's not enough, on Friday last week, our business plan for Towns Fund, I think it was 61 million that we put in for. It's eye-watering amounts of money for Sutton again, and also for Kirkby. And that was submitted to government last Friday. And that provides for long-term economic, cultural, social support for both towns. And again, thanks to Councillor Relf and Sarah Daniel and the teams for the work that they've put through on this. And also the Discover Ashfield board and all of its members, because again, it's been a really genuine partnership bid. There's some really innovative projects on it. The plan itself went in supported by our comms team. So not only were the words pretty brilliant, it looked fantastic as well. So cross-cutting stuff. We have copies of the bids. We can share them with you. Please don't print them off because it's about 92 pages. But there's some really truly innovative stuff in that bid, both bids, that will transform our communities. And the best thing about it is, I'm using the word bid loosely. It's not a bid, it's a business plan, because the government's already allocated us the 2 slugs of Towns Fund. So again, absolutely fantastic news. I said earlier this week with the leader that it takes a long time to become an overnight success. And I think what we've seen in Ashfield is a lot of patient build-up of project work by a lot of people, and a lot of it is coming to fruition at the minute. The other thing the leader and I did this week was we went and stood in a muddy field, which will in a year or two's time be a brand new leisure centre. And so again, thanks to people that have put all of that together from Teresa's team, ably managed by Darrowan. Again, it's only been managed for about 10 years. So again, it's an overnight success lasting quite a long time, but we're there. As well as this, we've had some success with the housing team, building new houses, bidding for £1 million worth of funding. Our CPOs are out and about with the COVID marshals, visiting hundreds, if not 1,000 or so businesses. We've got the brand new this year's Big Spring Clean, which kicks off next week. And Pete Hudson and our Revs and Ben's team have delivered around about £7 million worth of business grants over the past month. So all supported by our fantastic support services, without whom none of us could do anything. So it's been a month that's been interesting due to the lockdown, but I can assure all members that all council services are being delivered and all additional COVID related services are being delivered as well. So thanks for the support of members and thanks for the support from the community. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Carol Cooper-Smith. I think Councillor Jason Sir Johnson would like to actually speak now.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It sounds very good to say that. And as before I go on, just to send my regards over to Arnie and to Andy's mum, who is having to lock in for. Good luck with everything. And good luck to the wine cellars if Arnie's locked in, because no doubt they're going to go out of stock very soon if he's trapped in the house for 8 days. Right, Madam Chair, with your indulgence, I'd just like to give an update on the current situation about coronavirus in the district, like I've begun to do. Firstly, can I say how proud we were to raise the Union flag outside the council at half-mast yesterday to Captain Sir Tom Moore, and we lit up Ada Lovelace House Blue, and there were about 10 of us at 6 o'clock gave a 2 minutes clap there, so I'm particularly proud of that. His death from coronavirus this week at 100 was terrible news, and I know thousands of residents in Ashfield were also out on their doorsteps clapping to remember him. And Madam Chair, with your indulgence, after I've finished, I think it would be fitting if we as a council gave a minute's silence in tribute to Captain Sir Tom. But I'll let you do that as I've concluded. Madam Chair, it's true that positive coronavirus figures in the district are going down. Week on week figures show that Ashfield district still has the highest number in Nottinghamshire, but latest figures are positive. The ones up to January the 29th, there were 384 new cases in Ashfield, and that compares really well with the week up to January the 22nd, where there were 449 positive cases. But so far, since the pandemic began, there's been nearly 8,000 positive tests in Ashfield district. That's not the whole story, of course. The NHS use what they call super middle output areas to measure statistics, and that's the equivalent of about 2.5 district wards. And what the latest figures are showing, that there are some specific areas that coronavirus positive figures are still well above the average. And I represent Leamington Ward as part of my division on the county council, and the middle super output area for Leamington and Sutton Central. Their figures continue to rise quite dramatically. And the figures that the government put out this morning show that the rate of infection is 1,105.9 per 100,000. So it's quite high still, and cause for us to have some concern. And I think really as local councillors, we need to use our positions to keep helping and communicating with local residents. It's still so difficult for so many, and we need to continue to do everything that we can to ensure that the most vulnerable residents have all the support they need, and most crucially, who to contact for that support and how to access them. I am pleased tonight, Madam Chair, to announce a package of extra targeted financial support for those in need over the winter period. The COVID Winter Grants Scheme will help with the cost of food or energy or water bills. And across Nottinghamshire, £2.3 million been allocated. And this money will be helping vulnerable families with children or other vulnerable households, particularly affected by the pandemic. At least 80% of the total funding will be ring-fenced to support households with children, and up to 20% of the total funding to other households experiencing or at risk of experiencing poverty because of the pandemic. And this might include households not currently in receipt of DWP welfare benefits, but it can also include those not claiming benefits but are struggling financially because of COVID. So if any of our members know anybody, or if there are anybody watching and who knows people who might benefit from this fund, then it's the golden number that we keep talking about. It's 0300 500 80 80, and we'll be publishing those details on the council website soon as well. But please refer anybody you know to that number for help. Madam Chairman, the vaccination centres at Ashfield Health Village in Kirkby and Kingsmill Hospital have been inordinately busy, both vaccinating close to 12,000 residents, with numbers rising daily. And I think we should all take a moment to thank Councillor Dale Grounds, who has been volunteering in Kirkby for the past 4 weeks. He's switched from, as the press report, one superhero to another, and I know he's enjoying the experience. And we should be proud that people are giving up their time like that. The people who he has been entertaining, they were slightly older, I think, than the ones he's used to entertaining at the hospitals. And I was also very pleased to hear from him this morning that a couple of less dedicated volunteers who have been using the centre simply for their own publicity and not for the genuine altruistic reasons that he has, were last night shown the door and not asked to return. Madam Chairman, our COVID-19 response and recovery panel continued to campaign for a vaccination centre in Hucknall, and that's hit the press again today with comments from Councillor Waters and Shaw. They are regularly in contact with the clinical commissioning group, and the lack of a centre in Hucknall has now been raised nationally with NHS England. The fact that we've got this is being discussed at a national level is great news, and we are hopeful of an announcement early next week. As a council, we're continuing to campaign for full asymptomatic testing in areas of concern in Ashfield, like some of the ones I've mentioned earlier. There's currently 2 pilot areas in Mansfield and Warsop, and our campaign is really to be at the front of the queue of when it's rolled out further. And I've been raising that at a number of meetings up and down the county and nationally. These figures back up our campaign, and it's the Ashfield Independent County Councillor team that are ensuring that Ashfield's voice is heard with the CCG, Local Resilience Forum, and the Director of Public Health. Also, Madam Chair, Ashfield District Council were delighted on Tuesday just to welcome Richard Mitchell, the Chief Executive of the Sherwood Forest Hospitals Trust. He attended our COVID-19 committee, and we were able to read out a number of thank you messages to NHS staff from residents, and we could have read them out for 2 hours, I think, such as the thanks to what the NHS is doing for us. So on behalf of Ashfield District Council, I would like to thank the staff at the City Hospital, Nottingham, Kingsmill Hospital particularly, continuing to make the ultimate sacrifice for us. And we will be speaking more about the role Ashfield District Council staff continue to do later in the meeting. So I will leave it there. Thank you again, Madam Chairman, and I hope you will consider my request for the minute's silence to for us all to commemorate Captain Sir Tom Moore. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sir Johnsley.
So I'll challenge if you want to announce the 1 minute silence.
Right, I'm going to now do the 1 minute silence now. Sorry about that. Right, now we're going to agenda item 5. This relates to questions from the public in accordance to the Council Procedure Rule 11. I can advise that we have received one question from Mr. Martin Howes of Hucknall. Question 1, could I therefore ask Mr. Howes if he would like to come forward and ask his question?
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. My question to the portfolio holder is, what proportion of the Council's vehicle fleet are fully electric vehicles, EVs? And what plans does the Council have to reduce the proportion of fossil fuel vehicles and increase the proportion of EVs in its vehicle fleet in the future? And by vehicle fleet, I mean all the cars, vans and trucks that are owned, leased or rented by the council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Howes. Could I ask the portfolio holder for streets, parks and town centres, Councillor David Martin, to respond?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to thank the member of the public for their question about the council's fleet, in particular, deployment of electric vehicles. Climate change is one of the greatest challenges we face, and everyone, including the District Council, has an obligation to do all it can to minimise our carbon footprint. And fleet transport is one area where we can take tangible actions to practically minimise emissions. Electric vehicles are not yet suitable for all kinds of vehicle uses, but the market is developing quickly and electric vehicles are becoming more practical for an ever wider range of users. Ashfield District Council has an entire fleet of 143 registered road vehicles, which also includes JCBs, tractors and ride-on mowers, as well as standardised vehicles. The council currently has 2 all-electric vehicles. Furthermore, as vehicles come to the end of their life and need replacing, options for electric or hybrid vehicles are considered, and this is why 2 plug-in petrol hybrid vehicles have been ordered, which will replace the diesel vehicles. The council seeks to maximise the government grant wherever possible, and furthermore, the council is currently exploring infrastructure at the depot to allow more EVs to be introduced over time. And it is worth noting that the council now has over 70 Euro 6 diesel vehicles, which are the most carbon efficient diesel engines available. The council also operates a telematics system to ensure drivers of council vehicles drive them safely and efficiently. A significant number of traditional council vehicles, such as transit vans, are due for replacement in 2022, and this provides an opportunity to further expand our green fleet. I can assure the member of the public, Martin Howes, that we are very proactively green as a council generally. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr Howes, in accordance to the council procedure, rule 11.8, you may ask any supplementary questions if you wish to.
Yes, I would like to ask a supplementary to Councillor Martin. Thank you very much for your response. You mentioned that quite a few vehicles will be replaced in 2022. Can you give an indication of what proportion of the replacement vehicles are likely to be electric, please? Do you have any targets for that? For example, do you expect only a small proportion to be EVs, or would the majority of the replacements be EVs?
And now, Councillor Martin, do you wish to respond to the supplementary question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. All the replacement vehicles will be either electric or hybrid. And since Ashfield Independents took outright control of the District Council in 2019, the climate has been one of our main priorities, and our team have moved many motions on this issue. But more than that, we've achieved and continue to achieve very real outcomes. Even tonight, the leaders adding the additional responsibilities of energy and climate performance into a formal cabinet role, which Councillor Williamson will be ably working on. You may have seen in other areas of our creation of community orchards, the planting of thousands of trees, the installation of photovoltaic panels on council buildings, making our offices more energy efficient. Just last week, Councillor Hollis secured a grant of over £1 million to invest in making more council homes more energy efficient. We have created a climate commission last year, which works on pressing issues, and the work is going through our scrutiny panels currently too. We take this very seriously, as I said before, and we're making a massive difference, just like we are in every other area of the council. And I must say that I am very green myself. I've got photovoltaic panels and solar panels, double glazing, and I do really look for innovative ways of making the council more green on a constant basis.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Howes, for your question. Okay, we're moving on now to agenda item 6. This item relates to the petitions submitted in accordance to the council procedure, rule 12. I can advise that we have not received any. Agenda item 7, in accordance with the Council Procedure Rule 2.8, this item allows the Council to receive reports from the Cabinet in relation to the Council's budget and policy framework. Reports of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee for debate and reports from officers of the Council. We have 2 items for consideration. 7A, Pay Policy Statement 2021 to 2022, pages 23 to 34. The Council is requested to approve the Pay Policy Statement for 2021-22 as appended to the report. Can I call upon Councillor Rachel Madden to move the recommendation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Also, I send my best wishes to the 2 poorly guys that you're replacing. But as far as I can see so far, they better watch out for their jobs. Well done. The Section 38 of the Localism Act 2011 requires local authorities to publish a pay policy statement by the 31st of March each year. The purpose of the statement is to increase accountability in relation to payments made to senior members of local authority staff by enabling public scrutiny. A pay policy statement must set out the authority's policy relating to the remuneration of its chief officers, the remuneration of its lowest paid employees, and the relationship between the remuneration of its chief officers and that of its employees who are not chief officers. The statement must include the definition of lowest paid employees adopted by the authority and the reasons for adopting that definition. The statement must also include the authority's policies relating to the level and elements of remuneration for each chief officer, the remuneration of chief officers upon recruitment, increases and additions to remuneration for each chief officer, the use of performance-related pay for chief officers, the use of bonuses for chief officers, the approach to the payment of chief officers on their ceasing to hold office under or to be employed by the authority, and the publication of and access to information relating to the remuneration of chief officers. The pay policy statement may also include information relating to the policy on employment terms and the conditions for all chief officers. The statement must be approved by a resolution of the authority before the 31st of March, immediately before the financial year to which it relates. This pay policy statement was first adopted by the authority back in March 2012, and in accordance with requirements of the Localism Act, it is reviewed annually. I therefore commend the recommendation on page 23 to the Council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I now ask Councillor Lee Walters to second it?
Yeah, I'm delighted to be working with Rachel more closely actually in finances, and I'm happy to second the report.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak? Okay, Councillor David Hennigan.
Thank you, Councillor Wilkinson. And can I just say it's nice to have a bit of glamour in the chair. No offence to Andy. Just to say, just a few brief words on this. It's great to see this is going from right at the top to the bottom of the council. You know, these are staff that have worked their socks off during the pandemic, and this is a pay rise that they absolutely deserve. And I only wish the government would do the same for our brave nurses in the NHS. Thank you, Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you. We now are going to move to the vote. Can you clearly raise your hand if you wish to vote for the motion? Councillor Helen Ann Smith, Councillor Tom Hollis, Councillor Jason Zadrosny, Councillor Dave Walters, Councillor Andy Gascoigne, Councillor Rachel Madden, Councillor Dale Grounds, Councillor Keir Morrison, Councillor Dale Williamson, Councillor Lee Walters, Councillor John Smallridge, Councillor David Hennigan, Councillor Warren Mitchell, sorry, Councillor Warren Nuttall, Councillor Andy Meakin, Councillor John Wilmot, Councillor Andy Meakin, Councillor Dave Shaw, Councillor Sarah Madigan, Councillor Kieran Brown, Councillor Trevor Locke, Councillor Melanie Darrington, Councillor Phil Rostance, Councillor Chris Barron, Councillor Kevin Rostance, and also myself. Oh, right. Councillor Arnie Hankin, and Councillor Blagden, and Councillor Williamson.
Can we do against?
Can you clearly raise your hand if you are against the motion? And can you clearly raise your hand if you wish to abstain? No. Okay. Carried. Thank you. Sorry, I've actually missed a few people. Sorry, Councillor Helen Ann Smith, Councillor Matthew Relf, Councillor Keir Barsby, Councillor Christian Chapman. Have I missed anybody else? Oh, Councillor David Martin. Sorry about this, guys. Right. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Sorry, everyone, I've got problems with my iPad. Okay, right. Changes 7B, changes to the committee membership. Council is requested to consider some changes to committee membership as requested by the Ashfield Independent Group. Could I therefore ask the leader, Councillor Jason Zadrosny, to present his changes to Council?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure if we're able to share the screens or if these papers have been circulated, but largely I will explain them. There's been a few internal changes to committee memberships, but predominant. Oh, we are doing it, I think. Yes. Shane, if you go slowly, please, onto the bottom of that. With the cabinet, you'll see the change on Daniel Williamson's portfolio that we've retitled it Governance, Energy and the Environment, and added environmental strategy and performance, which was a bit of an omission. Not that the council didn't do that, but it clearly didn't sit anywhere with some corporate responsibilities, and it came to light with some of the scrutiny panels which cabinet member sat with, and it didn't. So we've added that to Councillor Williamson's, who is very keen on green things. I'm going to phrase that very carefully. Very keen on green. So I'm sure he'll do us a great job. Right. Shane, is it you? Scroll up, please. There are just some minor changes in the papers. Caroline takes over as Vice Chairman. Councillor Wilkinson, sorry, as on scrutiny panel there, A. Caroline takes on scrutiny panel B there. Councillor Barsby moves on to planning, sorry, and Councillor Smallridge takes over as Vice Chairman on planning. think they are the changes there. And then to update, it struck me that we'd not updated our support cabinet members for some time, and therefore I have rejigged support cabinet members. It's clear the council is ever more busy and working on a lot of projects at the moment. Lots of support cabinet members have carried on doing incredible work, but with some slight jigging around, I've moved Councillor Madigan to be support cabinet for myself, leaders support. Councillor Grounds will now be supporting on culture and events across the district. Councillor Walters was already doing a great job for us in health and wellbeing, stays there. Councillor Nuttall to shadow environmental health and the licensing portfolio there to support that. Councillor Waters will be working on finance with Councillor Madden with particular remit over fees and charging for the district. Councillor Chapman continues with IT and digital transformation, or support member for geekery, as I call him. Councillor Locke will move over to strategic planning. Councillor Shaw will be supporting Councillor Smith in community safety, and Councillor Blagden will be supporting Councillor Hollis in the housing portfolios. Thank you. I'll move those as printed, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Now ask Councillor Helen Ann Smith to second the amendments.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'll happily second all those, and I look forward to working with Councillor David Shaw.
We are now going to move to the vote. So, okay, does anybody else wish to speak? Councillor Daniel Williamson.
Can I just see if there's any hands? Councillor Williamson. It's just Councillor Williamson.
Okay, Councillor Daniel Williamson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's fantastic to see you in the role tonight, by the way. I do give all the best wishes to Arnie and Andy, but it is nice to see your lovely smiling face in the chair. Very briefly, I just want to thank the leader for formally bringing the environmental remit into my portfolio. It is something that I am very, very keen on. I have a deep passion and interest for, and I just want to reassure the council and Mr. Howes, who made the question to the council earlier, that I will be doing my very best to ensure that this is the cleanest, greenest and most environmentally friendly council that it can possibly be, hopefully starting very soon. Thank you.
Thank you. We now going to go to the vote. Can you clearly raise your hand if you wish to vote for the motion? Yeah. Okay. Councillor Helen Ann Smith, Councillor Tom Hollis, Councillor Jason Strosney, Councillor David Martin, Councillor Keir Barsby, Councillor Matthew Ralph, Councillor Dave Walters, Councillor Andy Gascoigne, Councillor Rachel Madden, Councillor Dale Grounds, Councillor Keir Morrison, Councillor Daniel Williamson, Councillor Lee Walters, Councillor John Smallridge, Councillor David Hennigan, Councillor Warren Nuttall, Councillor John Wilmot, Councillor Andy Meakin, Councillor Arnie Hankin, Councillor Dave Shaw, Councillor Lauren Mitchell, Councillor Trevor Locke, Councillor Jim Blagden, Councillor Kieran Brown, Councillor Sarah Madigan, Councillor Melanie Darrington, Councillor Kieran Chapman, and myself, yes. Can you clearly raise your hand if you wish to be against the motion? No. Can you clearly raise your hand if you wish to abstain? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Councillor Chris Barron, Councillor Kevin Rostons, Councillor Phil Rostons. I can't see Councillor Darrington. Councillor Melanie Darrington, can I just confirm you voted for the motion? Yeah, thank you. That's it. Thank you, that's carried. Agenda item 8. In accordance with Council Procedure Rule 2.9, this item requests Council to consider recommendations from the Cabinet and Council committees and resolve them in accordance to the Council's rule of debate. We have 2 recommendations to consider. Cabinet on the 26th of January 2021. Future High Street funding, pages 37 to 41. Council is recommending to accept the full High Street funding of 6.27 million as outlined in the Cabinet report. Can I now call upon Councillor Matthew Ralph to move the recommendation?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's obviously excellent news. We received on Boxing Day, Santa came back to Ashfield and gave us an extra little present, which was very gratefully received. While it wasn't the full 9.3 millions that we applied for, to get a grant is very fortunate because we are one of the lucky few authorities in the UK to receive this. We were really disappointed to see that Mansfield, unfortunately, were unsuccessful in their bid, for instance, because this area as a whole is in dire need of levelling up. So it's fantastic news to be receiving this £6.27 million to be tackling projects within Sutton Town Centre, which are around as outlined in the report. We've got the Sutton Community Academy, theatre and cinema becoming a new public-facing space. We've got the Sutton Makerspace and Business Hub. We've got further work on the vacant shops and down the Low Street end of town, and also dealing with the grot spot behind Lloyd's Bank off Fox Street, turning that up into a new food court enabled car park that also will provide an extra route into the town centre at Portland Square. So I'm very proud of this. It's been a huge amount of work to get to this point. We absolutely need to congratulate the Place team for all of their hard work. As I say, you know, there are few councils who have received an award, so it is an enormous achievement that we have achieved this. So yes, so I put forward this report to the council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And can I now ask Councillor Rachel Madden to second it?
Very happy to second this, Madam Chair. It just goes to show when a dedicated team put their noses to the grindstone what they can achieve. It's not just money coming in that we can spend on one bit or another. It's the whole holistic approach to this that will affect all aspects of the authority's performance and to help improve the quality of life of the residents. So well done, team. Happy to second this, and over to the council.
Okay. Does anyone else wish to speak? Okay. John Wilmore.
Yeah, it's just two.
That Jason, I think, wants to talk as well.
Is Jason there?
Yeah.
I can't see Jason.
Yeah, we'll put him down. So we start with
Dave, John, Jason, and then back to Matt to sum it.
Okay. We'll start with Jason, Councillor Jason Zadrosny, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think I've made an enemy in Dem Service as they keep muting me. Thank you, Chair. A couple of points from me while we're having this. I saw that, Carol. No, don't tell Mike anything. He doesn't need any encouragement. Look, I just want to, we've waxed lyrical about this a long time, and Matt said something, Councillor Ralph said, that we owed a huge thanks to Sarah Daniel and to Paul Crawford and the team over there who have worked incredibly hard, and of course to Discover Ashfield. But I think what Matt always does is forget what an enormous part he's played in this, and we wouldn't be where we are without his hours and hours and hours of work and diligent patience and perseverance. And when he says that the that we're lucky to have this award. I mean, I can't say I was surprised we got it, because I saw the huge amount of patience and effort that went in, where meeting after meeting, there was no dividing line between senior members and senior officers. They pulled together like a really smooth team and delivered a fantastic outcome for us. And we should be incredibly proud of not just staff and the public and everybody else, but the work that members have put in it. And I think it's a testament. And I'm equally sad that our neighbours like Mansfield didn't get it, because, you know, there's not an invisible line, and when we prosper, we can all prosper together. But I'm very proud of what this will do for Ashfield and for Sutton. I'm very proud of the ambitious nature in which we've now aggressively gone after the Towns Fund, and I think that's absolutely right. For decades, Ashfield has been a forgotten, languishing area in the Midlands, and governments of every colour have sought to not bother or neglect us, and councils haven't had the teeth or tenacity to challenge that. And I think this is no longer the case. And between us, we've pulled off something remarkable that will hopefully change our district positively for generations to come. And so there's my predominant point here is one of thanks. However, I think given the outright barefaced lies that have been told about this funding in an effort to claim and grasp at credit for it rather than celebrating together, I'd like to draw members' attention to page 38, because I think it shows it should be for no person. And we wrote a piece a few months ago saying no man can whistle a symphony. No one person did this, and for the grasping, greedy, proven liar who keeps trying to take credit for the hundreds of people who've been part of this, the staff, the members, the public, I think this this document shows clearly who was involved. It was the Ashfield Independents who ran the council when we submitted this motion to government, this bid to government, in a minority administration. And then you'll see just a few, one bullet point down, the Ashfield Independents then took outright control. And it was at that point where Matt then really steadfastly began to work with officers, and the officers created an enormous piece of work and worked with Discover Ashfield Board and the charity business sector and everybody else that did that work. At that point, remember where we are in time. The MP for this area was Gloria De Piero. She was the MP right up until the 12th of December, which is a number of bullet points further down. So it was this council that did that work. And if any MP is to be thanked for supporting it through that period, it's the former MP. And then clearly, and at that point, the current MP wasn't even an Ashfield district councillor, was a Mansfield district councillor, and nothing to do with it. And you know what? There's sometimes where you congratulate other people for the work they've done and don't try and grasp around in the mud for a bit of adulation when you're feeling like you need it. And Sarah Daniel, Martin Wrigley, Paul Crawford, and dozens of other people need the pat on the back for this work, and not one man whose ego is far bigger than the £6.3 million that we've got for Sutton. So my thanks is to the team who really did the work, and this report shows it in black and white. Never let it be forgotten when that money comes to Sutton. It was the Ashfield Independents, it was the public, it was the businesses, it was the charitable sector, and our staff who did all of the groundwork to make sure it came here. And I'll never let that be forgotten, Madam Chair. Thank you.
So we call Dave Martin.
Who came after Councillor Hennigan?
It's Dave Hennigan first,
Right.
Councillor Wilmot, and then Councillor Martin. And then somebody else. Yeah.
Right. Could we bring in Councillor Hennigan, please?
Thank you, Councillor Wilkinson. And I just wanted to sort of mention, I don't want to be political, because I'm not overly political, but what I will say is that at the same time the MP for Ashfield was claiming credit for it was at the same time the MP for Ashfield was claiming credit for the 6.7 million in Ashfield, the MP for Mansfield, Ben Bradley, was blaming Mansfield District Council, which I thought was a little bit ironic. And I must say that, as Matt quite rightly said, the fact that the Mansfield University Town bid wasn't successful is bad news for Ashfield. There's no doubt about it. And I know that they've still got ambitions. There's one person I think we've missed out from our thanks is I call her the Queen of Consultation, and that's Andrea Stone. I do know that the main difference between the Ashfield bid and the Mansfield bid was hundreds and hundreds more people backed the Ashfield bid because they did such a good job. And thanks also to the comms team who pushed that consultation. They did an excellent job and they've got to be thanked. I do want to pull our chief executive up on something now. She did say that this bid has been 2 years in the making. I don't want to be finicky, Carol, but it's been 2 years, 3 months, 4 days in the making. So just to point that out. With regards to, as a councillor for Sutton Central and New Cross, and I know that's a view that Councillor Deacon and I both share, this is superb news. We didn't get all the money, and that was slightly disappointing, but we got a lot of the money. I'd rather have half a cheesecake than no cheesecake. And, it was excellent news. And you look across Nottinghamshire, how many councils were successful? Some of the councils were knocked out in the early rounds, and it left Mansfield and Ashfield in. And, I remember waking Matt up at 8 o'clock on Boxing Day to tell them we were successful. But what was slightly disappointing was that the Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government had chose to tip off Ashfield's MP. And I picked it up from The Guardian because, I got a message on Christmas Eve basically saying that the announcement was imminent, and it was a bit frustrating. I think it was actually probably released late on Christmas night, not just Boxing Day, to be fair. Otherwise, they wouldn't have hit The Guardian. But anyway, that's by and by. But thank you to, as I say, as a councillor for Sutton, I know that it's been so underinvested in over the years, and I look forward, seeing the Towns Fund bid. Matt did a presentation in December, I think it was, wasn't it, Matt, to members in Sutton and Kirkby, and the sheer ambition of this council was incredible to see. The ideas, the innovation, it was great. And finally, just to say, we praise the officers, and I know Jason's mentioned and Carol's mentioned Councillor Ralph, but what a superb job you've done, Matt. And as a councillor for Sutton Central, I know that for decades to come, the hard work that you did with officers, hand in glove, will make a real difference in the transformation. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we'll go to Councillor Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, and thank everybody for this monumental task that's gone ahead over the many months now. I've watched the bid very closely, and I was astounded at the work being put in by Sarah and Teresa of the Place team and the comms team. In fact, Andrew Stone working tirelessly all the time. An incredible opportunity to revitalise Sutton Town Centre, and it's going to get revitalised. We should obviously accept the funding. It's in the bidding, and the idea to rework the business case to reflect the level of funding awarded is an ideal one. If you look on page 38, it sets out how much hard work has really gone on in this project. Absolutely tremendous. And remember, only 72 bids out of the many hundreds were accepted from all over the country. Only 72 bids were accepted, which is fantastic. And this way, as I say, this funding will go a long way to boosting the town. Having seen the proposed new initiatives for the town centre in Sutton, these projects look very exciting. And I know the people of Sutton will look forward to the schemes coming to fruition. And at the council meeting, at the cabinet meeting, it was announced, of course, that Hucknall won't be left out. We shall be looking at Hucknall over the next few weeks for new bids for that area. So well done to all those that's worked on these projects. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant, and well done and congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, well, as the portfolio holder for parks and town centres, I thought it would be remiss of me not to say something about it. And I'm not going to be casting aspersions either way. I'm really happy for the people of Sutton, and I really am, because this is the first step on a long road, and it's been formulated by a huge group of people. And any one person that tried to claim the kudos for this would be off their rocker, because there's so many people who've been involved in this, and it's been really interesting, really innovative. And it's Andrea Stone, Councillor Wilmot. She did a great job of doing the public consultation. And let's not forget that Ashfield District Council did a public consultation with hundreds of responses in a pandemic. And that's really also what we've got to commend. And Sarah Daniel, absolutely excellent, worked her socks off. You know, and some of the projects that are coming forward in this are only the beginning of it, because when we get the town centre fundings as well, then that's really going to make a huge difference to Sutton in Ashfield and Kirkby as well. And let's not forget, Councillor Wilmot, that Hucknall had over 15 million spent on it with the Torquard Way development and the High Street paved area, and also it's got the super attraction of the tram and everything around that. So it really is a win-win. So I'd just like to say thanks, Matt, because I've seen the presentations and they were brilliant, and the astute way in which you navigated it through the whole process has been excellent. And the people that really benefit are the residents of Sutton and the residents of Ashfield that live here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I bring back Councillor Ralph to summarise, please? Sorry, I've actually missed out Councillor Tom Hollis. Keep it to 5 minutes, please, Councillor Hollis.
I will, Madam Acting Chair. Thank you very much. I'm pleased to speak on this item because it's fair to say anybody that's lived in Sutton or surrounding areas knows that for a long time it's been forgotten about. And I think now's the time, since the Ashfield Independents took over, we've really concentrated on public open space, parks and playgrounds, etc., but also town centres. And of course, this is a fantastic job led by Councillor Ralph. I won't be as modest as some of the others. The guy has been a real champion, along with the staff that he's been leading, including the Chief Executive, Teresa, Andrea, Darwin. The whole team have pulled together on this absolutely fantastically. But this isn't just an isolated thing. Members all know the Ashfield Independents recently passed 2 hours free parking to get people down into the town centre. Madam Acting Chair, you'll know, neighbour of yours, Malk, keen in the indoor market. We've made extreme changes in the indoor market that have revolutionised that place and made it really modern and vibrant so people can go down. And when this pandemic's over, those facilities will be sterling. We've also made changes, of course, to the planning policy. So shrinking the town centre, allowing people to make changes along Artham Street, changing old businesses into properties, and making sure we really concentrate the town centre and change it into what it is going to be. And now this investment with the Towns Fund is really the cherry on the cake, Madam Chair. And I think really it's an exciting time, and hopefully, frankly, in a few years' time, we'll see the whole thing come to fruition really. And I'm certainly excited to add this to the list of successful changes we've made in the town centre, the Ashfield Independents. I think every member on this meeting should take extreme pride that we unfortunately can only count in 4-year cycles, and if this is the only 4 years the Ashfield Independents ever get, this is one of those projects that will last generations and won't be forgotten. And I'm certainly extremely proud of it. And Councillor Ralph particularly should be extremely proud of the work he's championed with this project. So you can certainly count on my vote here to push this through. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, can I bring back Councillor Ralph, please, to summarise?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you everyone for all the kind words. We absolutely couldn't have done it though without the officers. The officers are the heroes here. I've played my part in it, but I'm in awe of the dedication and the effort that they put in, and I will particularly pick out Sarah, Daniel, and Paul Crawford for praise there. They really care about the work that they do, and they really care about Ashfield, and they should absolutely be applauded for this. So I have nothing else to add at this stage, Chair, so I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now going to move to the vote. Can you clearly raise your hand if you wish to vote for the motion? Councillor Tom Hollis, Councillor Jason Zadrosny, Councillor David Martin, Councillor Keir Barsby, Councillor Matthew Ralph, Councillor Dave Walters, Councillor Andy Gascoigne, Councillor Rachel Madden, Councillor Dale Grounds, Councillor Keir Morrison, Councillor Daniel Williamson, Councillor Lee Walters, Councillor John Smallridge, Councillor David Hennigan, Councillor Warren Nuttall, Councillor John Wilmot, Councillor Andy Meakin, Councillor Arnie Hankin, Councillor Dave Shaw, Councillor Trevor Locke, Councillor Jim Blagden, Councillor Sarah Madigan, Councillor Phil Rossens, Councillor Helen Ann Smith, Councillor Kieran Brown, Councillor Kevin Rossens, Councillor Christian Chapman, Councillor Chris Barron, Councillor Warren Mitchell, Councillor Melanie Darrington, and myself, and I think that's everybody. Right, thank you. The motion's carried. Licensing Committee, January the 27th, 2021. Street Trading, new resolutions, pages 43 to 86. The Council is recommended to adopt the new draft street trading resolution as shown in Appendix 3 of the attached Licensing Committee report. Can I now call upon Councillor Warren Nuttall to move the recommendation?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to everyone who took part in this. And I'm happy to move this resolution about the high streets. Everything what we've been speaking about this evening, it all dovetails into everything. The licensing and accepting the street trading resolution is to make an old shopping experience better for all of us in all our towns. No, we went out. The committee put out the draft papers to the general public, who did not reply. And in times, and as I said at the committee at the time, that people's got other things on their minds during this pandemic, rather than talking about things. It's if they've still got a business after this pandemic, which I hope they have. But when it does, so I'm happy to move this, Chairman. The Licensing Committee, they've got safeguards in every way. It was first done in 2002, which is a lot of years ago now, and I think I sat on when that happened. And it's down to be revised in 5 years' time, which is, hopefully it shouldn't need revising that much in 5 years' time, but hopefully we'll be out of the pandemic and people will be using the street trading policy to make the shopping experience much better in all our towns and streets. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. And can I now ask Councillor John Wilmot to second it?
Yes, I'll second this report, Chair.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak? No, right. We are now going to move to the vote. Can you clearly raise your hand if you wish to vote for the motion? Right, Councillor Tom Hollis, Councillor Jason Zadrosny, Councillor David Martin, Councillor Keir Barsby, Councillor Matthew Ralph, Councillor Dave Walters, Councillor Andy Gascoigne, Councillor Rachel Madden, Councillor Dale Grounds, Councillor Daniel Williamson, Councillor Lee Walters, Councillor John Smallridge, Councillor David Hennigan, Councillor Warren Mitchell, Councillor Warren Nuttall, Councillor John Wilmot, Councillor Andy Meakin, Councillor Arnie Hankin, Councillor Dave Shaw. Yes, myself. Yeah, Councillor Trevor Locke, Councillor Jim Blagden, Councillor Sarah Madigan, Councillor Helen Ann Smith, Councillor Kieran Brown, Councillor Christian Chapman, Councillor Melanie Dallerington, Councillor Chris Barron, Councillor Kevin Rossens, and Councillor Phil Rossens. Thank you. Can anyone raise their hand if you are voting against the motion? Can anyone clearly raise your hand if you wish to abstain? Morrison. Yeah. Do we just carry on? Carried. The motion is carried. Thank you. Agenda item 9. The item allows members of the Cabinet to give updates on their portfolio activities for the period of 30 minutes in total. Do any Cabinet members wish to speak? So it's so Williams.
I got Councillor Smith, Councillor Hollis, I've got Councillor. Right, so if you just do a roll call, these are the ones I can see.
Right. We'll start with Councillor Jason Zdrozny, please.
Chair, actually, before I speak, in fact, I'm not sure I will. I'll come in at the end if we've got time, but I'd like to move a motion to suspend the rule on time limits by using Rule 30 to suspend Rule 23 and Rule 10 to allow the business of this council meeting to be finished, Madam Chairman.
Yeah. Could I ask anybody to second the motion? Oh, sorry. Councillor David Martin. Right. Okay. Can we clearly raise your hand if you wish to vote for the motion? Right. Councillor Tom Hollis, Councillor Jason Zdrozny, Councillor David Martin, Councillor Keir Barsby, Councillor Matthew Ralph, Councillor Dave Walters, Councillor Andy Gascoigne, Councillor Rachel Madden, Councillor Dale Grounds, Councillor Daniel Williamson, Councillor Lee Waters, Councillor John Smallridge, Councillor Dave Hennigan, Councillor Warren Nuttall, Councillor John Wilmot, Councillor Andy Meakin, Councillor Dave Smith, Councillor Trevor Locke, myself, Councillor Jim Blagden, Councillor Sarah Madigan, Councillor Dave Shaw, Councillor Helen Ann Smith, Councillor Kieran Brown, Councillor Lauren Mitchell. Can you raise your hand if you wish to, if you are against the motion? Right. I'll just let you know that Councillor Arnie Hankin actually voted for the motion. Can you clearly raise your hand if you wish to abstain? Councillor Phil Rostons, Councillor Kevin Rostons. Right. Councillor Christian Chapman and Councillor Chris Barron. Thank you. No, I don't think we have. I think we've got everybody. Okay. That's actually carried. Thank you.
So could you just read these names as the cabinet members? So just check that there's nobody else.
Right, I've got a list of cabinet members that are wishing to speak. I've got Councillor Martin, Councillor Barsby, Councillor Ralph and Councillor Williamson. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Councillor Wilmot.
Councillor Hollis.
Mott. Hollis. Okay, right. So I start with Councillor Martin. Okay, could Councillor Martin please speak now? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So, with the portfolio for parks, town centres, we'll go to town centres first. So the COVID information officers continue to visit businesses, providing information and support to essential retailers. We're also visiting retailers offering click and collect, including those on industrial estates. The officers have developed a really good relationship with the traders, and they're able to respond to requests for additional signage, etc. And we commissioned footfall counting data, which will help track how the town centres are recovering through this pandemic. Moving on to parks and green spaces, the programme of the green space investment of 1.5 million this financial year is progressing, with a number of play and access improvement projects already completed and 11 projects currently being delivered on site. New play equipment is being installed at 8 sites across Kirkby, Sutton, Hucknall, and an ambitious project to restore and naturalise part of Titchfield Park Brook in Hucknall, which will contribute towards retaining the floodwater during heavy rainfall, which has also started on site. In the first year of the Trees for Ashfield project, over 500 trees have been planted so far, with a further 500 being planted this February. Frontline teams, the last few weeks have been particularly challenging for our operational teams, and we should remind ourselves that the council staff are critical workers working on the front line of the country's response to the pandemic. This doesn't mean that individual colleagues don't also feel the impacts of the pandemic and have their own concerns, worries and loved ones who depend on them. Despite this, we can be incredibly proud of Team Ashfield, which has still managed to carry on delivering essential services to our residents, and we continue to be the only local authority to not just maintain services, but to provide additional ones. The council is on the side of Ashfield residents, and thanks go to all of our employees for their hard work and determination to provide great services for our residents. On the waste front, we're pleased that this year's real Christmas tree collections in early January saw more residents participating than ever before, with 1,150 Christmas trees collected. Once collected, these trees are taken to a composting facility where they will be put to future use. Following the hugely popular skip into summer and bag it campaigns, the spring clean has returned in 2021, and the campaign starts next Monday, the 8th of February, and is again inviting residents to dispose of one extra bag of waste alongside their usual collection on their week relevant to their area. Residents can also take advantage of the free bulky waste collection when booked between the 8th of February and the 26th of February 2021. You can visit www.ashfield.gov.uk/spring-clean for more details and to access our online booking form, which will be made more available from the 8th of February. The phone number as well is 01623 450 000 for those who can't use the IT. The council's environmental services team has been outstanding in keeping the district clean and tidy and responding to changing patterns of demand over the last year, and will continue to be fleet of foot. I don't know what that means. We have seen reductions in service requests for dog fouling and litter, and have investigated over 300 fly tipping incidents. We are especially proud that January's cabinet approved our plans for the new environmental charter, and this charter sets out a series of commitments that our residents can hold us accountable for, so that we can keep Ashfield clean and safe. The Charter has themes around waste, street cleansing, parks, open spaces, community involvement and environmental crime. Once finalised, we will be communicating our Charter with each household so they have it on hand to reference. We also approved our public health funerals policy at January's Cabinet, and the policy sets out the Council's commitment to carry out public health funerals and allow the Council to fulfil its statutory obligations with regards to arranging the burial process of anyone who passes away in the district without anybody willing or able to make the appropriate arrangements. This provides the Council with the best opportunity to ensure that anyone who passes away in the district is buried with the respect and dignity they deserve. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Now we go to Councillor Barsby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is for the Health and Leisure Portfolio holder. Leisure centres. After the national lockdown in November, the leisure centres reopened on 2nd of December and have had a very successful month, seeing more joiners than leavers. As Ashfield was in Tier 3, activities such as group exercise and adult sports were not permitted. The leisure centres closed again as Ashfield went into national lockdown and remained closed. Daily maintenance and health and safety checks are being carried out to ensure we can open up again quickly once restrictions are lifted. We have applied to the National Leisure Relief Fund, which will help recover some of the losses incurred. The leisure operators contract, weekly meetings are taking place with everyone active as we move towards the start of the new contract. A PR plan has been developed to promote the great opportunities the new contract will bring. On to Kirkby Leisure Centre. The successful bidder for the build contract was Kia, and I'm pleased to say that they have started work on site. As part of the contract, Kia will work with us to deliver corporate social responsibility, linking with local schools, community organisations and businesses. This will include work placements, site visits, volunteering days and much, much more. The second stage funding applications to the LEP and Sport England have been submitted, and we are confident that this will have a positive outcome soon. Recent events, the Christmas light switch-ons, virtual advent calendar, selfie competition and Santa Street tour were all well received. Nominations for the Discovery of Ashfield Awards are open until the 28th of February. Award categories have been changed this year in response to the pandemic. There are additional awards for businesses and science category linked to the Festival of Science and Curiosity. The event is taking place mainly virtually around February half term. Dates for the four outdoor cinema screenings for the district are now being discussed for August and September, subject to COVID restrictions. On the health and well-being, 17 organisations received a share of over £12,000 from the Ashfield Community Fund. Ashfield Health and Wellbeing Partnership has developed a new strategy for 2021 to 2025. A paper outlining the strategy was well received at Cabinet. It will be launched in late February 2021. We have now received over 23,000 from the Emergency Food Assistance Fund for food banks in Ashfield. Over Christmas, the food banks supported over 400 families with Christmas hampers. Our Christmas staff appeal was a huge success, with personalised gifts received by every resident at Bowman House and Kingfisher Court care homes, and chocolates sent to families through our food bank network. We have put a process in place to distribute the winter grants food vouchers. You should have received information via email, so please promote this to eligible adults. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Now it's Councillor Ralph.
Thank you, Chair. As ever, there's been an awful lot going on in the place planning and regeneration portfolio, but I'll try to keep this as brief as I can. The planning department continue to maintain and exceed performance in most areas. Work on the local plan is progressing, but there's been some external COVID-related delays with studies, as well as the uncertainty over housing figures due to the government's proposed and then scrapped changes. Our bid for the Restoring Your Railways Fund for the opening of the Maid Marian line was successful, securing up to £50,000 of funding for developing the next stage of plans. The business support team continue to handle high levels of business support inquiries and are being very successful in supporting businesses through these difficult times. Within the place team, the Towns Fund accelerated projects are progressing well. In Sutton, we've secured subject to contract on a vacant property on Low Street, and negotiations are progressing on a second. The properties will be renovated and repurposed for new uses, including residential apartments on upper floors and commercial on the ground floor, including potential uses for education and the youth employment hub. Work is underway at Portland College for their new start building. In Kirkby, detailed designs for the new indoor market on the High Street have been completed, with work starting on this soon. The district-wide off-road walking and cycling network has reached detailed design stage for the initial route from Kirkby to Annesley. And finally, a start date for work on the new play area at the Hornbeam Park has been agreed, so it will be opening this spring. As mentioned in the Cabinet report, we've been awarded £6.3 million for the Future High Streets Fund, and we're now preparing amended business cases to submit back to government. Last week, we submitted our Towns Fund investment plan for Kirkby and Sutton. As a reminder, the government selected Kirkby and Sutton to receive £25 million each for a total of £50 million. MHCLG said that bids could contain projects with wider regional impact can overbid, and we have 3 such projects giving wider regional impacts. As a result, we have submitted on Friday a bid for £61.6 million, which when combined with the co-funding that we have identified would represent an investment of £99 million into Ashfield. The government is due to make a decision on Towns Fund by April. Looking forward, we're keeping a close eye on the newly announced Levelling Up Fund to see what bids we can put in for that, especially with regards to Hucknall that was not selected by the government for Towns Fund. While undoubtedly COVID has brought a lot of damage to Ashfield livelihoods, I think we have a lot to be positive about and a lot to look forward to in the future. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now we go over to Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will attempt to keep this as brief as possible. So, starting with the legal and governance, our democratic services continue to do stellar work in ensuring that our full range of meetings are both planned and able to take place. Our electoral services team have been working for many months now and do continue to work on election prepping, ably aided by our risk and emergency planning team, who are looking at all possible venues for the election and ensuring that they are COVID secure and safe for anybody who may be taking part. In terms of our communications team, we've already heard some of the good work that they've been doing tonight. They've continued to support the rollout of vital COVID and vaccination communications, ensuring that not only are members kept up to date with all the latest and most important information to enable them to carry out their duties, but also that the public are kept fully up to date about this ever-changing situation. Of course, our latest Ashfield Matters has now landed on doorsteps, showing the residents that even during COVID and even during dark times, this council continues to do stellar work that is improving their lives every day of every week of every year. As we've heard, the communications team helped significantly to support the Towns Fund submission, reining in consultees, and as we've already heard, that was probably one of the key differences between us receiving our money and Mansfield. Of course, I will take this opportunity to say that I feel we had a much better cabinet member leading our bid for this, so thank you, Councillor Ralph. And if you can believe it, in amidst all that work, this year alone, the communications team have already released 19 press releases, including information on our new enforcement teams, community safety convictions, of course, our leisure transformation updates, the big ones being around Kirkby Leisure Centre, and last but not least, our big spring clean, which returns to our communities from next week onwards. I managed to keep that very brief, so thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Now we go over to Councillor Wilmot.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Some information on my portfolio of the regulatory services. We start off with the licensing team. The team continues to facilitate all types of licence applications during the current lockdown, though applications relating to the hospitality industry have slowed significantly, as they did in the previous 2 full lockdowns. The team continues to offer common sense solutions to applicants of those licensing functions where lockdowns have meant they have had to close their small businesses and to pass on referrals for support. Taxi licensing continues to be very busy, but we have had some losses of existing drivers and vehicles. Options are being explored to continue to develop Ashfield as a good choice for taxi drivers and as such increase revenue. We now move on to the environmental health. Since lockdown, the businesses have revealed that greater financial struggles. Some wish to close them so that they can apply for grants, i.e. especially dog groomers and hair salons. Supermarkets in the district have been using practical means and applying the law reasonably well. Environmental health do not have the powers to regulate members of the public. Working across the council, all officers continue to advise and support local business and regional companies. Most of these businesses have been complying with the legislation. More specifically, the COVID enforcement officer has asked to tackle those who have not taken on board advice previously issued. Where advice has not been achieved with compliance, there has been 3 warning letters sent out and 2 final warning letters that have served upon businesses operating in the district. Food safety, as our per direction from the Food Standard Agency, we have continued to inspect newly registered food premises. New food premises business operators continue to apply to become registered as at an unprecedented rate. Service requests, we've had 60 further food premises registrations from new businesses. We aim to contact these new business operators within 28 days of the receipt of their application and registration. Email correspondence, where an email is received, is sent linking to information on how to comply with current food regulations. And finally, I'd like to talk a little bit about the private sector enforcement. We've maintained a fully functioning private sector enforcement service during the pandemic, including the 3 lockdowns. Working practices have been adapted to minimise face-to-face contact, with virtual inspections taking place where possible. But site inspections have been conducted for high priority cases. We have engaged directly with 89 owners of homes in multiple occupation premises to explain their responsibilities should residents tested positive for COVID-19. We responded to 340 COVID-specific inquiries and breaches in residential properties. We've issued 22 improvement notices, prohibition orders during the 3-month period. It's been a very difficult time, but the staff have worked tirelessly and must be congratulated. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And finally, Councillor Hollis.
Thank you, Chair. How do I compete with all that, I suppose? But really a very brief update from me. Obviously, the housing team are working quite passionately now to roll out the £40 million of improvement schemes across the district to all council properties, and also along with the new rebuilds across sites such as in your district ward, Madam Acting Chair, on Davis Avenue, in the Carsett ward as well, borders those. And an exciting project in Sutton Junction, as well as a number of garage sites in Hucknall, as members will already be aware. But the large announcement I'd like to make, which has already been mentioned, Chief Executive spoiled my thunder, I believe, earlier, is the £1 million funding from the government to improve energy efficient upgrades. The £1 million of funding, which is part of the Green Homes Programme, will help improve up to 125 private and council homes and will focus on a solid wall insulation and draft proofing. The ambitious programme is to achieve upgrades for 65 properties which are either owner occupied or privately rented, and a further 60 properties owned by Ashfield Council. What is more, it has helped that the upgrades to the owner-occupiers will be delivered free of charge based on the amount of income received within the household. Equally, the work will also be free of charge for the 60 council tenant holders. This is a major achievement for Ashfield, since we know that we have some very old and very poorly insulated homes within the district, often occupied by some of the poorest people within our communities. The benefit of this free work is that it will provide homes which are much warmer for occupants, while also reducing their heating bills at the same time. This is at a time when we know people are struggling with their daily finances and putting decent food on the table for their families. What is more, it also underlines the council's commitment to tackling climate change and making Ashfield a greener place to live. Madam Acting Chair, it's early days of this project, but I'll be filling you personally and as well as other council members as we get more announcements. But this is exciting. £1 million secured for our district, for our homes, which will be directed solely at some of the more needier people in the community. Not only helping with the bills, as I said, but also energy efficient. But I also wanted to finally touch on, obviously Ashfield Council's housing team are making a number of changes to bring ourselves into legislation that was recently pushed through Parliament as regards to the Grenfell Tower disaster. This ultimately gives tenants a lot more power and influence, whether it be complaints procedure, but also gives them a clear path into how to report things to this council, Madam Acting Chair. We are working tirelessly to do that, and of course many of the improvements that I've already talked about, for example the £40 million as well as the rebuild programme, all fits as part of that new agenda. But there's a number of officers, extra officers being employed and things to tackle that. While we're working so tirelessly at Ashfield Council, I was extremely disappointed in Parliament recently on the 1st of February. An opposition day motion submitted by Labour, the official opposition, which was there to prioritise building accordingly to risk, upfront protecting people with cladding, to ensure cladding remuneration could start immediately, and this protects leaseholders and taxpayers. Not a single Conservative MP was bothered to vote on that item, Madam Chair. I was extremely disappointed, but what the members of this council can count on is Ashfield Council's commitment to improving our council stock, making them safe places for people to live, and making them greener and cheaper places to live, Madam Chair. So that's the end of an exciting report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smith wishes to speak as well.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm going to keep mine very brief. Some of you may have seen that earlier on in the week, I signed an executive order to work with a company called Wise, who will be working in partnership with the council to issue fixed penalty notices for people that deliberately flout the rules, dropping litter, dog fouling, not having dog bags to pick up the waste. As we all know, it's become a massive problem at the moment. We've been prioritising emptying the bins. So admittedly, we haven't had the staff available to be out as proactive as we'd like. So this is a good way of doing that. And it'll show people, the more people that get the fixed penalty notices, the better it's going to be, because people will start to hear that, oh, my friend down the road, they had a fixed penalty notice for dropping their cigarette butt the other day. I need to think about that and be careful. So the more people we can get thinking along that mindset, the better. And the best thing about this, Madam Chairman, as well, is that it is absolutely at no cost at all to the taxpayer. We've got 5 extra members of staff working on keeping our streets, parks, town centres clean at 0 cost, thanks to the work done by the Ashfield Independents negotiating this great contract. And I want to say a big thank you as well to Antonio Taylor for the work that he's done in securing this contract. But as I say, Madam Chairman, 5 extra members of staff, no cost to the council, and we're clearing up our district. This is a message to everybody. We will not take it. You can't just drop rubbish and get away with it anymore, not in Ashfield. And they will be started from the 1st of April. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Now we're going to go back to Councillor Josney.
Madam Chairman, thank you. I don't have a lot to add. I just obviously it's a very busy time despite COVID and despite everything else. And I think it's easy for members to drift off and not pay full attention to what's been said there. But that was 20 minutes or so of absolute solid action that this council's doing, members, officers, and the alike. And there's not one area where we can't be incredibly proud that this council's not slowed down because of COVID or because of staffing or, you know, took its foot off the gas because that's a great opportunity to do it. We've not. We've continued to be as ambitious as we always have. The officers have continued to drive the organisation forward. And you can see already, if you just look at what our comms team have put out just over the last couple of days, you know, Carol and I were at the Festival Hall looking at the new Kia contract, and just for levity, I do want to make sure that people know that Councillor Barsby didn't sign that because of the name. There's work going on across the district to plant 1,100 trees in the next 3 months. There's about 10 parks being either completely built or renovated. You know, there's new street patrols coming. There's the Towns Fund coming. And you can just list and list and list that where other councils have sat back, our officers have stepped up, and we should be incredibly proud of the work they've done. There's literally hundreds and hundreds of staff who come to work every day here, not because of the paycheck, but because they care about Ashfield. And I think this is just a great opportunity before the motion later to, you know, continue to thank them for everything they're doing, because Ashfield's a safer, a greener, a cleaner, nicer place to be, because we're working together as such a harmonious team, and I'm dead proud to be leader of that. Dead proud.
Thank you very much. Now we can move on to the next agenda. Agenda item 10. This item deals with notices of motion submitted in accordance to Council Procedure Rule 14. I can advise that we have received 3 notices of motion for consideration. Motion 1. Can I ask you, Councillor Zadrozny, to read out your motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I shall read the motion and formally move it. This council notes that the United Kingdom is the oldest and most profitable union in history. The UK now, in this post-Brexit era, should be in a position to make its own laws and decisions, but this is clearly not yet the case. The pandemic that we're living through has highlighted just how dependent the United Kingdom still is on other countries. For example, the reliance on personal protective equipment from abroad. Our country has the skills to have provided that much needed PPE, especially in Ashfield, where there is an abundance of garment making skills. So this council believes that if our businesses are to compete on a worldwide stage, it's crucial to have support at home. If we don't like, or we don't want to be dependent on other countries, we must put our own house in order by purchasing UK goods. Our UK companies need to provide alternative to foreign commodities, as UK competitiveness is critical if as a country we want to be able to stand alone in the world. With support from UK residents and organisations buying goods from our own country, jobs and more investment will follow. The history and capabilities of our country proves that the UK can succeed on the world stage. For example, Great Britain has led the world in developing the COVID-19 vaccine. Ashfield Independents want this council to take a lead in buying UK goods and set a positive example to our residents or the local authorities and nationally by supporting UK companies wherever possible. This, however, is very difficult as the government has failed to change the laws surrounding procurement post-Brexit. A raft of laws have simply been carried over unchanged from the EU. This council, unfortunately, like all others, is still forced into advertising large contracts in Europe. So therefore, the UK and this council is not in a position to make its own decisions. On this matter, Ashfield needs parliamentary representation, which is sadly lacking. This council therefore supports the leader of the council lobbying by letter the members of Parliament for the district, calling on them to take forward these concerns and by so doing save and keep jobs and encourage new and old UK-based companies and businesses to invest in this country. To be clear, it is the firm will of this administration that as soon as the restraints are lifted from this authority, that as many purchases as possible will come from UK-based organisations, and further that we will support local trades and companies as is possible. I'll formally move that, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Martin, as seconder to the motion, do you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll second the motion and speak now, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Do I not speak in advance of the seconder?
Oh, sorry, yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, yes, I need to go back to Jason Sir Johnson. Sorry.
That's all right. I'll forgive you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Chair. So the end of the Brexit transition period gives us the opportunity to overhaul public procurement regime. And at present, there have been no changes to the existing complex public procurement requirements for public contracts. And there's a lot of smoke and mirrors around government that we've left Europe and that's that, but we haven't. And this council is actually required by the UK government to reflect legal requirements in our contract procedure rules. Financial thresholds remain in place, which dictate procurement processes, which we understand will remain in place till at least December this year. Contracts for goods and services at specific thresholds must be published on the Find a Tender service, which is wide-reaching, I mean, beyond the UK. In December 2020, the Cabinet Office published a green paper, which was called Transforming Public Procurement, which includes its proposals for reforming public procurement processes after Brexit. And the green paper is out for consultation now, and it consists of 42 questions. And that's why we're bringing this motion forward, so that we can feed into that consultation that the government are doing and showing them the bits that they've omitted from the changes of leaving Europe and are clearly still shackling this authority. So the closing date for that is the 10th of March 2021. And if this motion's passed, then our officers will be able to respond to that consultation in line with the principles set out in the motion. So despite the publication of that green paper, it's understood that new legislation will not be in place till at least 2022. The green paper proposes the new legislation will be underpinned by 6 principles. So public good, and that's the most important one for us, value for money, transparency, integrity, fair treatment of suppliers, and non-discrimination. And of course, the public good bit is that the consultation paper suggests that the procurement should support the delivery of strategic national priorities, including economic, social, ethical, environmental, and public safety. But it's proposed that these will be supported by a new national procurement policy. And that national procurement policy statement will be designed to enable procurement to create new businesses, new jobs, and new skills here in the UK, improving supply diversity, innovation, resilience, tackling climate change and reducing waste, as we've talked about already. And we support the proposals in the green paper to enable us to, and to enable procurement processes to be simpler and provide the opportunities that this will bring to create new businesses, new jobs and new skills in the UK. And they're all vitally important in order for the country and for Ashfield to recover from the devastating impacts of COVID-19. So in the meantime, this council will continue exploring amending our own procurement procedures in line with existing laws to allow below the threshold level contracts to be reserved for UK suppliers. And we want to call on our MPs to support the views of the council and lobby the government to introduce these proposals in the green paper into legislation as quickly as possible to help our companies and businesses recover from COVID-19. And Madam Chair, it seems a no-brainer to me that this council shouldn't just get value for money, not just, of course, that's absolutely vital. We all have a fiduciary duty, but the buying power of a council that turns over £15 million a year should use all the additional benefits of that as much as it can. So, for example, when Keir got the contract for the leisure centre, part of that was about how many local apprentices, where is the steel bought from, where is the machinery hired from, where, and if that extra bang for the buck is the same cost as we would have bought it from somebody else, but they buy their steel from a production factory in Sutton, if that creates jobs in Hucknall or protects a supply chain across our district, if it employs local people, then of course it's a no-brainer for us that we can weight our procurement process to make sure that we support Ashfield. That money comes from Ashfield residents. We're spending it to do good things in Ashfield. Why not squeeze the marrow out of those bones and make sure that every single penny that we can benefits our local workforce, our local skills improvement, our local supply chains and manufacturing and everything that it possibly can. And this is not an argument about Brexit. We've all had that. We've all fell out about it one way or another. We're post-Brexit. What we're saying now is if this council spends money and it's able to, let us have the freedom to choose what benefits it is for our local communities. And if that is buying 100 pencils, then let's buy them from Wholesale Office Supplies in Mansfield, where they employ people from Ashfield, where it's around the corner, where there's less environmental impact because they're not being shipped from China. Let us just think about things that have added benefits for our area, because this isn't at all about the politics of Brexit. This is entirely about the politics of doing everything we can for our residents. And I'm confident that everybody would support that. So despite the heat in the the potential heat of talking about Brexit, this is about electing a council.
Mr. Johnson, you've already had 5.5 minutes.
Oh, that's it, Madam Chairman. I happily move that motion.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll happily move the motion. And
okay, thank you. Councillor Martin, as seconder to the motion, do you wish to speak?
Yes, please, Madam Chair. Thank you. As we all know, situations change, especially after this last year. At the time of this writing of this motion, we are still suffering from the Tier 4 lockdown and still trapped by the effects of the coronavirus COVID-19 outbreak. To add to that, which was inevitable, the UK economy has now entered recession. So it's even more important than ever to support UK companies, manufacturers and independent businesses that make their products here. Many British businesses will be suffering during this period. Some will continue to flourish. Others have started to make face masks and coverings with offcuts and materials just to help with their turnover. But ultimately, some will close and we could forever lose skilled craftspeople in this process. So we must all do our best to support these businesses through this difficult period. Whether it's an item of clothing, a piece of bespoke furniture, new bicycle, gardening equipment, if we all just try to make it British made, it could make the difference to our businesses locally, small and large. And yes, you may have to pay a little extra, or in some cases a lot extra, but as we all know, you get what you pay for. Think how much better it makes you feel when you own something that's made in the UK or it has made in England stamped on it. You can be sure of where the materials were sourced and that the workers were paid a fair wage. You will also know that the quality will be of a good, sound British product. It would be. We need to get away from this throwaway society that we've become and buy quality British goods that are built to last and can be passed on or resold. If we can all play our part and invest a little time, and if we can afford a little money to help boost our economy, so that when we come out of the other side of this pandemic and the recession and they are finally over, we can be confident that we've all played our part in the recovery. So I urge our elected parliamentarians to cut the waffle, stop playing politics with our nation's backbone of industries, and finally sort out the raft of laws that are still in place, obfuscating our way forwards. Get Brexit really done so that we are finally free and at liberty to support our own industries. This is why I'm seconding the motion, and I urge you all to do so too. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak? Right. Can you put your hands up clearly for me, please?
Waters, Dave, Andy Gascoigne. Could you read these names out from page 1? Could you say Andy Gascoigne?
Andy Gascoigne.
Lee Walters.
Lee Walters.
David Hennigan.
David Hennigan.
John Wilmot.
John Wilmot.
And Jim Blagden.
And Jim Blagden.
Could you just ask if there's anybody else?
Is there anybody else wishing to speak on this motion? No. Okay. Could we start then with Councillor Walters, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Just want to say I'm delighted to see this. I fully support this motion. For me, this is not about leave or remain. This is about democracy. If we look back at the last 6 major national elections, 2014, UKIP won the Euro elections. So for me, I would call that 1-0 to leave the EU. 2015 general election, the Tories didn't want to give us a referendum, but were forced to make it a manifesto pledge. They won. 2-0 to leave. 2016, the EU referendum. For me, it was a great day. 3-0 to leave. 2017, general election. The main parties fought on honouring a Brexit. 4-0 to leave. 2019 Euro election, Brexit party wins, 5-0 to leave. 2019 general election, fought and won as a Brexit election, 6-0 to leave. Therefore, the people consistently voted to leave 6 times in a row. The UK is now finally, once again, a free, independent nation of sorts, masters of our own destiny in a world of 195 nations. Of those 195 nations, as of last December, the UK is back to being the world's 5th biggest economy. We're a huge player, even in recession. To name a few, the UK are doing trade deals with Japan, Australia, New Zealand, our Commonwealth friends, the Americas, across Asia, Africa, and of course our European friends and allies. As a nation, we have a great future ahead of us, and to keep the momentum going, we should do our part and support local businesses across Ashfield and the UK. I gladly join the call for our MPs to support Ashfield residents by lifting the restraints on our council so that we can support local jobs and UK businesses. After all, in the referendum, Hucknall was about 60% leave, Ashfield was about 70% leave. If you believe in democracy and supporting local people, then please vote for this motion. Let's put it to bed. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hennigan now, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Anyone that knows me will know that I campaigned to remain and voted to remain. And, you know, my views on Brexit are well known. I think it's going to lead to the work that to something economically worse than the Great Depression of the 1930s. This motion doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. It's almost like the League of Gentlemen, you know, you're turning Britain into Royston Valley. And I quote one of these sentences from the comprehensive notice of motion. Our UK companies need to provide alternatives to foreign commodities as UK competitive is critical. And this is the line I wanted to quote. If as a country we want to stand alone in the world, what? I don't want to live in a country like this. I'm sorry. I just find it ridiculous. I get the sentiment, but all this buy British, be British and all this, I just find it hopelessly inappropriate. You know, what's it going to do? You know, we've had some figures quoted as Lee Waters and I, we're good friends, and we'll never agree on this subject ever. But you know, you quoted some figures. I'll quote you some figures, and you know, the United States last year, the imports to the UK was 70.36 billion. The exports from the UK were 112 billion. In Ireland, for example, the imports to the UK were 21.788 billion, and the exports from the UK were 34.34 billion. You can work out the losses from that. This talks about protecting jobs. It does entirely the opposite. You know, it's been said, this is not about whether you voted to remain or you voted to leave. It just simply doesn't make sense. I don't want to be a standalone country. I'm an internationalist. And, you know, this just sends out entirely the wrong message. What's this going to do to the trade deals? If we shut the door to all these countries and say, oh, bugger you, we'll make it ourselves, then they're going to renege on it. They're going to start, you know, and Britain would be poorer. And I would say that if Britain is poorer, Ashfield is poorer. So I'm voting against this motion tonight, and I would implore members to use their common sense and actually read the motion, because, you know, Jason talked about Europe, he talked about Ashfield. This motion talks about the world. You know, what do we want to do? Become our own little republic? It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous motion. I think it's inappropriate for Ashfield District Council to put this through, and I would implore members to vote against it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, we have Councillor Williamson's wish to speak, so he can pop his hand down now. Thank you. Councillor Wilmot, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. May I say, I'm afraid I fully support this motion. For far too long, successive governments have allowed goods to be brought in from abroad to the detriment of businesses in this country, causing long-established companies to fold and for people to lose their jobs. Many fine industries have disappeared over a number of years due to government's short-sightedness. This pandemic is destroying many lives, of which we are so sorry for, and we send our condolences to all. But we also have to remember it is taking many people's livelihoods away from them. Yes, we have an abundance of garment making skills in Britain, which should have been used in the making of personal protective equipment instead of relying on goods from abroad. So there must now be a push for all in this country to support our own businesses and buy goods made in England. I don't say don't buy from abroad. No, that's not, I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is, for now, we have, England is now, England, Scotland, Wales are all together, Northern Ireland, working together to do the best, the very, very best, and create jobs and bring investment opportunities. That's what we should be doing. And so bringing prosperity to many. If this country allows us to prosper, we must support our own people. And entrepreneurism is on the increase in Britain. We all know that. So let's give our people the opportunity to succeed. So ask all our MPs in the area to support this motion, to support our local businesses, and to ask the government to support all homegrown companies with funding to enable them to expand and deliver all the commodities that this country needs. We'll only succeed if we all work together. So government, councils, unions, MPs, companies, UK organisations, and the people of Britain. We are all now at the crossroads. This needs a concerted effort from us all. We can win with a great effort from us all, and we will win. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Now we'll go on to Councillor Gascoigne.
Well, wasn't that, well, God, I don't know what to say really. Mr. Councillor Hannigan, blimey. Of all people, I thought you'd be for leaving, but obviously not. I didn't know that. I do apologise for listening. God blimey. But anyway, I'm a British person. I want to. I'm going to vote for this. Same as what John says. There's a lot of people lost their jobs over imports. I think people ought to get off the backsides and get on with building this country again. And we can do it because there's a lot of good people in this country left. Yes, we have got an influx of people from other countries. If they work hard, I don't mind it. If they don't, just cream off the government. That's when they've got to be told. But I'm afraid, yeah, I'll be voting for this. I think we ought to fight for this country and get it up and running again with the British people. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Now we'll go over to Councillor Blagden.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, can I first say that I was a Remainer, and I will admit it. I voted to remain, but I'm also passionate about democracy. And the people of this country said we come out. We had a vote. They said we come out of Europe. We come out. We're out, and I support that. I wholeheartedly support it, because people in this country have fought for democracy and died for it. So yes, I mean, I'm fully behind it now. Democracy has spoke. We're out of Europe. Let's get on with it. We came out with a so-called deal. Quite clearly a deal that sold our fishing industry down the river. I mean, it's obvious that happened, as well as creating a border in Ireland, well, across the Irish Sea. Chairman, we can and should support our manufacturing industry. The industry that can produce the safety equipment that this NHS and everybody in it requires. So please, let's give them the opportunity to produce the goods, and they'll produce it. Let's buy British. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Now we go over to Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to speak on this motion. And I just feel the need at this point to just remind members what the intent and the belief behind this motion is. It's not really anything to do with Brexit. It's not really anything to do with it. It's nothing to do with any of that. What this is about is ensuring support for local businesses and for local companies where they need it most. My views on that bigger picture that has been mentioned by other members are well known, so I won't repeat them. But this entire motion is about supporting all the businesses that have been hurt by decisions made by national government, that have been hurt by COVID, and that continue to be hurt by practices that do not work for them. This motion supports those businesses. It protects our environment. It allows us to make big procurement contracts with local businesses, all those people that have been left behind for years and years and years, and not just by Europe, or not just by national government, not just by Conservatives, and not just by Labour. They've been let down by everybody, time and time and time again. And this isn't a question of Europe, of Remain, of Leave, of anything like that. This is a question of supporting local businesses, making sure that they get the help that they need, and making sure that we follow our responsibilities as members of this authority. Chair, I will be voting for this motion because I believe that fundamentally that what we are here to do is to help those businesses and to help everybody that is so affected by the new rules. If I may, just as a quick example, I know Councillor Grounds has some that he thinks of that requires certain special equipment. Now, Councillor Grounds, I'm probably right in saying this. I believe that your East needs special shoes currently, and they are being held up at the border due to the current situation. Now, in a situation where Ashfield produced locally and sourced locally and recruited locally everything it needed, situations like that wouldn't happen. So as I've said before, and I will say again, this isn't about any wider political point or any wider picture above anything, but making sure that we support those people that we were elected to represent, residents, businesses, recruitment, everything. That is why I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Hollis.
Thank you, Madam Acting Chair. And really, I feel lucky to be following Dan there. He's very well spoken and very eloquently said, to be truthful. Expressed my points to a T. While I appreciate members' view on Brexit and the wider subject, But for me, this motion's about local contracts, local decisions, anything from a leisure centre contract to a housing project. At the moment, we have to advertise legally the contract, not only just around Europe, but around the world. Some of our businesses cannot compete pound for pound. Our council rules do not allow us to pick a local firm over an international firm due to fairness rules. And what we're calling on the government to do is to look at those very rules. So if we choose as decision makers, empowered by the Ashfield taxpayer, to spend our money on our behalf, if we choose to pay a few extra pounds to pick somebody local, which by the way would be environmentally friendly, which would support local businesses, to me that is exactly worth doing. And actually, Madam Acting Chair, it's more than just about Brexit, as I think Councillor Williamson said. It's about our fundamental politics. I can't speak for Labour and I can't speak for the Conservatives, but the Ashfield Independents, despite our differing national views, all locally believe that local people, local businesses should be the priority. And this motion does and says exactly that. And while Councillor Hennigan and I might disagree on this point, it's interesting to hear his viewpoint, but I really hope he takes on this non-Brexit, non-political point that Councillor Williamson and I made, because for us, this is what this motion's about, and that's the reason I'll be supporting the motion today, Madam Acting Chair. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Grounds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that, yeah, Daniel Williamson is right that Reece does require special shoes that he could have had 3 weeks ago if there was a company in the UK that made them. But now it looks like we'll wait until March for them to get through the border. But I also want to say that I fully support this motion because across the country there are British people who had and have a dream starting their own businesses and being successful. It is time for this country to now fully support these businesses and people and buy British as much as possible. It's okay for Dave Hennigan to say that big countries wanted to trade with us may be upset, but let's now make our country one of those big countries, making other countries want to trade with us and buy British goods. Let's now look after our population and their dreams.
Thank you. Councillor Ralph.
Thank you, Chair. I have very mixed feelings on this motion because I run a company that exports globally, and you know, if other countries were to take the strong standpoint that people are talking about here of making things locally, I would lose a huge amount of my marketplace. However, I equally do agree that with different types of things that we're procuring, we should be seeking to go local where we can. And I do agree that given that we have left Europe and Brexit has changed, that the government does need to tidy up the legal situation around that. But I think it's potentially oversimplifying something that is an enormously complicated subject, because we should be procuring certain things within Ashfield. We should be procuring certain things within Nottinghamshire, within the East Midlands, within England, within the UK, and within Europe, and from anywhere in the world that makes sense. Different things are made in different places, and we should be somewhat more nuanced. And so I am concerned the language of this motion is too absolute on what is a very complicated subject. And so for that reason, I'll be abstaining this evening on this one. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Johnsley, sorry, Councillor Smith, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm just going to be very brief here. You know, a lot's been said this evening about Brexit and things like that, but what we need to remember is we're not talking about Brexit. That's done, that's dusted. What we're talking about is finding ways to be able to work with companies that are closer by. So it means that, for example, you can have your park in 6 weeks rather than 10 weeks. You can have that new piece of equipment within 2 weeks instead of 3 months. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about being able to use stuff that's closer by, so it's easier for residents, so residents get things done quicker, rather than having to be tied into contracts and things with other places. For example, the piece of play equipment was missing off Sutton Lawn Park, and it was tied up because we were getting it, it was coming from overseas as one of the part of a contract. And it took 3 months for that piece of equipment to come. Whereas if under this change, we could have got that from a local company and it would have took half the time. And that's what this is about. It's not about saying we're not going to work with companies from overseas, because if they're the best company to work with, then we might do. And it clearly says that we would prefer to work with UK-based organisations and local company as possible. If we can't do that, we're not saying that we won't work with any company from outside the UK. We're just saying that as part of our procurement process, we will put something would be in place to say that we can prioritise Ashfield-based companies, Nottinghamshire-based companies, UK-based companies, which at the minute we can't do that. You can't add any additional weight to it. But what we're saying is, as part of this, we can, so we get a faster service, faster turnaround, and at the end of the day, our residents are better for it. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Morrison.
Yeah, really interesting debate actually. So thank you to all members for the contributions. I think the best contribution to this debate was actually Councillor Relf's. I thought he made a lot of valid points, but I just want to start off by covering the reasons why I think that this motion has some sort of merit, but I don't think it's quite there in terms of the wording. Members might remember that once upon a time I was a housing cabinet member, which Tom now currently occupies, and I got so frustrated with projects that we used to carry out in terms of the tendering process, obviously the OGU process, and not being able to stipulate, for example, on council house new builds when we, did the contracts, that we couldn't have X amount of apprentices. We couldn't say that we want them to be employed on the national living wage, for example. We couldn't say to employers that we want union recognition on that side. We couldn't stipulate this, we couldn't stipulate the other in terms of the supply chain going to Ashfield businesses, which was a real, it really stuck in my throat, because it was almost like that we were shackled by bureaucratic tendering legislation that didn't really apply to Ashfield. It's, obviously it was enshrined in law from somewhere in Whitehall in Europe and elsewhere. So, that was a bit of a bugbearer of mine, but equally, touching on what Councillor Relf and almost Councillor Hennigan as well in their contributions, is that my concern with this motion is quite blunt, it is too direct, and I think that the wording is slightly concerning. Let's not forget that we are still a consumer country by and large. A lot of our industry and manufacturing was done away by, conservative governments with shipbuilding, manufacturing, coal mining, and everything else that went decades ago. I just think that a lot of UK businesses also rely on not only European markets, but global markets as well to stay afloat and stay running. So, it's not as straightforward as what one may seem. So my finishing comment is that I'll be abstaining on this motion as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Sir, if you wish to exercise your rights of reply.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It would be remiss of me not to. I'd like to thank the members for this debate, because I think it's been a long time since we had a genuine, open, transparent, unfettered debate in Chamber about, where people are able to express their passions. And so I'm really pleased about that. A couple of things, and I don't want to be patronising or condescending in any way. Normally I relish it, but I won't at the moment. I think I'd invite members, particularly those who've said read the motion, to just understand what a motion does. So a motion's a lot of talk about why, but the actual bit of the motion that asks us to do something is to formally support me when I write to MPs about this issue. So all the stuff that people have took umbrage with is not actually enforced. That's just a preamble to me writing a letter saying, as part of the national consultation that's going on at the moment, our views are this. And I'm going to be writing that letter with your support, explaining some of the issues about our procurement process. And there's a couple of things I think, you know, I said very clearly, this is not about the Brexit argument, or right or wrong for me. I was obviously one of the ones that were pleased. I'm less pleased to see that the restrictions are still there that don't allow some of the benefits. And I think we'll all agree there are some benefits of Brexit and there are some that aren't benefits of us leaving the EU. But we should be able to take all of the things that are benefits for our district. So I'm not for a minute disagreeing with some of the things, and particularly what Councillor Ralph said about this being a nuanced argument and that this is a bit of a blunt tool. He's absolutely right. It's a massive, complex argument. But for me, I'm not trying to rehearse the national argument anymore. What I'm trying to say is when the bones fall out of this, if I can buy something in Kirkby rather than in Germany, let me do it. That's it. And obviously there'll be stuff that's made Nottinghamshire wide and countrywide and or regionally and then nationally. But we should be, as well as getting the pricing right and the quality right, if it has some local impact as well, then I think we should take it. And that's entirely what it is for me. And that's why it's probably so blunt, because I'm not trying to rehearse that massive nuanced argument. And Helen made a very good point, Councillor Smith, about parks. So there are loads of companies in Britain that make park equipment. We currently procure almost all of ours from Germany. So we wait longer for them to come, and this is almost entirely based on price. But for me, there's the environmental stuff, there's the local job stuff. And then we have to set at the moment, you might not know this, look through the budget properly in 3 or 4 weeks. There's a line that's £25,000 a year for repairs to our parks. Because when a bolt breaks on a swing in your local park and you come and moan at me that the council haven't fixed it straight away, it's because I've got to get it from Germany. It's not that any manufacturer in Sutton or Kirkby couldn't manufacture that bolt. It's because we're locked into a contract with Germany and it has to take 6 weeks to come over. And we end up for remedial stuff like that, we end up paying more for it because it's part of that contract. So for me, what this motion does, and it seeks to do, is wherever there's an opportunity, then we should look to buy it locally. And if it's the same thing, even if there's a couple of % difference in price, but it gives us social value. Some of the things Councillor Morrison talked about, we know it creates good, strong union representation. It creates local apprenticeships. It's driven closer, so there's not the environmental impact. Some of those things, then that's where I disagree fundamentally with Councillor Hennigan, because we should stand on our own there. We shouldn't be buying a set of swings and slides from Canada or Japan or Brazil. We should be buying it from round the corner. If we need a new light fixing, it should be coming from Abacus in Sutton. If we can buy face masks, they shouldn't be shipped in from China. They should be shipped in from one of Romo Fabrics or somewhere that is local, that creates and keeps local jobs. And it's not all about the price. Some of this stuff is about the lives that we change by putting money into local people's pockets. We then spend it in our local shops and town centres. So and I don't want to rehearse the argument, because it's not nearly, for me, as complicated as anybody thinks. This is about supporting our communities where it is appropriate for us to do that. This isn't a blanket ban. We're never going to not buy a Samsung TV or a computer because it's made in Japan or Korea. If that's the best thing to do, we will do that. But if we can spend that pound closely and it has extra benefits, then I just feel that that's something we should do. And that's why, Madam Chair, I'm very happy to commend this motion to the Chamber. Thank you. Chairman, you're muted and I'm not.
Okay, that's it sorted. Having fully debated the motion, I now wish to move to the vote. Can you clearly raise your hand if you wish to vote for the motion? Okay. Councillor Jim Blagden, Councillor Jason Zadrozny, Councillor Warren Nuttall, Councillor John Wilmot, Councillor Andy Meakin, Councillor David Martin, Councillor Kia Barsby, Councillor Christian Chapman, Councillor Trevor Locke, Councillor Andy Gascoigne, Councillor Dave Walters, Councillor Rachel Madden, Councillor Lee Waters, Councillor Dales Grounds, Councillor Daniel Williamson, Councillor Kieran Brown, Councillor Arnie Hankin, Councillor John Smallridge, Councillor Dave Shaw, Councillor Tom Hollis, Councillor Helen Ann Smith, Councillor Sarah Madigan, and Councillor Caroline Wilkinson. Can you clearly raise your hand if you are against the motion? Councillor David Hennigan. Can you clearly raise your hand if you wish to abstain? Councillor Keir Morrison, Councillor Matthew Ralph, Councillor Lauren Mitchell, Councillor Phil Rostons, Councillor Kevin Rostons. Thank you. Motion's carried. In Councillor Deacon's absence, can I ask Councillor Smith to read out your motion?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. This council wants to put on record its thanks to all the staff at Ashfield District Council for all of their extra hard work, particularly since the start of the pandemic. Ashfield District Council is the only council in Nottinghamshire to keep refuse collections fully operational through not only the first wave of the pandemic, but also the second wave too. Our teams of refuse collectors have gone even further. They have pulled out all the stops by collecting 180 tonnes of extra waste just after Christmas across the district. Not forgetting the 249 additional tonnes collected during the big spring clean, and then the skip into summer and the bag it campaigns. This council is so proud that despite massive pressures on the team, they have stepped up and are soon to be delivering another big spring clean event later this month. We are the only council in the country to actually increase waste services. The council's revenues and benefits team have had to absorb an enormous increase of workload. Revenues have dealt with 1,700 businesses and paid out well over £20 million in grants after completing the very complex work involved with each application, after which government audits and fraud checks are completed. Benefits have dealt with 700 applications from isolating people, which is a very complex work, ensuring that these applicants are entitled to the grant. With each lockdown and each change of tier comes different sets of regulations, making the job extraordinarily complex, and this council's teams have risen to that challenge each time. Our housing teams have stepped up to the plate by getting the Ashfield homeless community into accommodation and are working with them to keep them off the streets and into permanent homes. The council used an additional 10 units from its housing stock to accommodate rough sleepers. Often this is a complex task, but our teams are up to the task and continue to work with the homeless to enhance their quality of life throughout the pandemic, and particularly through the winter months. The housing repairs team have also risen to the challenge the pandemic has caused. During the first lockdown, the law meant that they could only deal with emergency repairs, so the team helped with cemetery duties and litter picking. Further to this, the team converted properties to accommodate homeless people, thereby assisting some of the most vulnerable people in Ashfield. Since the first lockdown and through all the various tiers, the team has continuously worked through some of the very difficult times, including when there were serious shortages in building supplies. The team has also kept up to date with gas boiler servicing. This again has not been easy due to some tenants isolating and others not wanting people outside their bubble in their homes. Proudly, our teams prevailed. The council's IT team has enabled more employees to work from home than ever before. They have done this by introducing technology that allows better communication between officers and overcoming the dangers of security for distant working. The law states that public meetings must be live streamed. Our IT team has mastered the wizardry of live streaming. All the public meetings, which have always looked professional to our residents, they enabled Ashfield to be the first district council in the whole country to hold its annual general meeting remotely. Our employees in every department of this council have been extraordinary throughout this pandemic, stood up to all the challenges thrown at them, and most of all have worked hard for all the people of Ashfield. This motion, though lengthy, does not begin to cover the work of hundreds of staff and managers in the Ashfield family who deserve our sincere thanks and commendations. This council therefore resolves that it is formally recorded on behalf of elected members and the residents of Ashfield District that our staff teams are thanked and that thanks is communicated to each team. Ashfield staff are amazing people who have acted selflessly throughout what has been some of the most difficult months in our country's history. They are local heroes and have earned our sincere thanks and deepest respect. I'll formally move that motion, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Would you like to speak on this matter or reserve your right to speak later?
Madam Chair, I'll be very brief and I'll summate again at the end of the discussion, because I believe this motion says it all. There's not much that needs to be said, other than the staff here at Ashfield District Council have been amazing throughout this pandemic. They're excellent ambassadors to this council and we should be proud of each and every one of them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw, a seconder to the motion. Do you wish to speak?
I do, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
And thank you, Chair, for your professionalism tonight. I'm ecstatic about supporting this motion. I'm ecstatic about seconding it. There are too many people involved to actually name them by individuals. I've got these people in high regard, from our refuge staff to our council staff. Each and every one of them know whose they are. The frontline staff have been the benefit of others at the detriment to themselves at times. They've been on the front line and they have been putting their lives at risk week in, week out. I've got to pick out a couple of bullet points. 1,700 businesses helped. 700 isolating people supported with benefits. Homeless people supported. 249 extra tonnes of waste have been taken off the streets, which could have been left and could have gone anywhere into the environment. I'm moved by the way we've actually gone about our business in the last 12 months. It's been fantastic. And all I'm going to say is that extraordinary work being done by extraordinary people. And I wish to thank them very, very much. Thank you, Chair. And I second this wholeheartedly.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to speak? Oh my gosh. Jim Blagden was first.
If you just call the names.
Okay. Okay. Jim Blagden, Councillor Wilmot, Ralph, Councillor Hennigan,
Councillor Waters. Who else?
Councillor Martin.
Councillor Martin. Councillor Drosby.
Is Councillor Williamson? No.
I've got, can you just read out Councillor Blagden?
Councillor Blagden,
Councillor Wilmot.
Councillor Wilmot,
Councillor Ralph.
Councillor Ralph,
Councillor Hennigan.
Councillor Hennigan,
Councillor Waters.
Councillor Waters, Councillor Martin, Councillor Zajosny. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Councillor Grounds. Okay, then we'll start with Councillor Blagden, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, can I just start by thanking you? I think to step in like you've done tonight at the last minute, and you've done a fabulous job. Well done. You really need the applause from this group. Well done.
Thank you.
Chairman, since last March, this country has been embroiled in a titanic fight with COVID-19. Quite rightly, our NHS heroes who are on the front line of this battle are in our thoughts and prayers. Chairman, in this Ashfield building and beyond, we have our very own heroes. Every single employee of Ashfield Council have gone beyond and above what they should be doing. And I just can't thank them enough. I can't thank this Ashfield staff really enough, and I applaud every single one of them. With this rollout of this vaccine across the country, Chairman, at least 10 million vaccines, people have been vaccinated now. and prayers, we can now see this awful period of time coming to an end. But once again, thank you, Ashfield Council employees. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Wilmot. Councillor Wilmot, you need to unmute.
Can you hear me now?
We can, thank you.
Thank you. Can I say, Madam Chairman, I would like to take this opportunity to support this motion before us this evening. It's not been easy for the staff at this council. I've been on the front line with many of them in environmental health, in all different departments in the whole of the authority, and they've gone that extra mile every time. Can I say the pandemic has caused serious difficulties for everyone, and not only just this workforce. In every department, the officers have gone that extra mile, with many moving about the divisions and delivering vital services outside of their normal duties, and also helping our many residents and businesses whenever they have needed it. I would also like to take the opportunity of thanking all the officers who are out in the community, including the environmental health officers, the COVID information officers, the housing officers, the environmental officers, including the bin operatives, the licensing team, and anyone else who is working outside under these very difficult conditions. You are a credit to this authority. You know, it is a great privilege to represent an authority that has delivered all Tier 1 and Tier 2 vital services without interruption during this serious COVID-19 pandemic. It is absolutely incredible that even with COVID-19 to contend with, this council has achieved 71% of the measures set in the they've achieved 71% of the measures or improved the targets in the corporate scorecard, and a staggering 81% of the measures in performance have improved since the same period last year. Absolutely incredible, and that the staff, it's up to the staff that's done it. It is also noticeable that the fly tipping incidents are not being tolerated, and the community safety section has been busy on antisocial and nuisance issues. And a big, big thank you to the community protection officers in providing support to vulnerable people in delivering many food parcels and undertaking many welfare checks. And finally, I've had a number of businesses thanking this council for the help in obtaining grants for their businesses. So many were in tears receiving this money. Mr. Chairman, or should I say, Madam Chairman, the officers of this council have much to be proud of, and I'm proud to be associated with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ralph.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep it brief because I'm sure there are many, many people here who are wanting to thank the staff because of their excellent work. I've obviously had the pleasure of working alongside many who are continuing to try and drive this district forward under very difficult conditions, but also seeing all the business support that's been going out there as well from the Regen team has been brilliant as well. But it's been a huge team effort for everyone across the council. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank the staff for their incredible dedication and hard work in this difficult time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Hennigan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And first, I rang Alex Morehouse the other week, you know, from the waste management team.
Got Councillor Madden.
Yeah, I rang Alex Morehouse about some serious fly tipping in Sutton, and he said, "Well, I'd love to help, Dave, but I've got COVID." And it was like, whoa. But you know what he did? He got in touch with an officer on his sick bed and sorted the situation out over the phone. And I think that's what says it all, stuff like that about staff at Ashfield District Council. I've read the motion, totally agree with the whole lot. I just wanted to sort of just mention a few, because I was going to amend this motion tonight, because, you know, if we thanked every team on this council, it'd be 30 pages long. But I just wanted to pick out 3 teams that I think deserve recognition tonight, and the first one is the committee services team, because it does mention the work of Andy Slate and his IT team in ensuring that we were the first district council in the country to hold its annual general meeting remotely, but it would have been impossible without Mike Joy, Shane Wright and Lynn Kane, who did an absolutely superb job. And you know what? They didn't miss one deadline, not one deadline, when everything was going on, the phones were going mad. They did a superb job. The second team I'd like to thank are the customer services team, led by Helen Carlton Ashton, because again, they did a superb job. I don't know if anyone knows this, but the customer service team, between the middle of March and October, they answered more phone call customer service inquiries than Nottinghamshire County Council, one district council, with the staff working from home. They showed the discipline, they got on with the job. You know, people were ringing up in tears trying to find out. They were sign pointing them to services, sorting loads of stuff out. So the customer service team, I'd like to thank those. And the final one I'd like to thank is the communications team at the council, and Catherine, Richard and Abby. You know, I said this the other week at a meeting. Ashfield District Council, I had a meeting with an officer, well, a Zoom meeting with an officer at Nottinghamshire County Council in September. And he said to me, he's an avid reader of the Nottingham Post, and he said to me, you know what? Reading the Nottingham Post, you would assume that Ashfield District Council were the only council bothering to do anything in COVID. And when we had a meeting in the middle of October, in the middle of March last year, when all this was kicking off, you know, we rightly identified communications as vital to what we did as a council. And, you know, they really punched above the weight. So I agree with everything. And I'd just finally like to wish the waste management team good luck, because they've been nominated for award in the Keep Britain Tidy awards this week, and if they don't get it, there's something wrong. So congratulations to all the staff. I fully back this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Waters.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, I'd like to convey my thanks as well. I've had lots of casework coming through. The officers and back office staff have been so helpful in helping me get things turned around for local residents. I know you guys don't always get the thanks coming up from the grassroots, I guess, for a better word. So whenever I do get a thank you message, I do like to send it back to the guys. And for my personal thanks too, I'd like to put it in. One particular case stuck out for me. It must have been about 6 weeks ago, where I dealt with a lady who was very distraught. She was borderline suicidal. It's not a nice situation where her benefits were getting cut and she was in all sorts of dire straits. And speaking with the officers, we got that turned around. It turned out she wasn't actually getting the amount of benefit she should have been receiving. And we sorted her out, and she was so happy and grateful and thankful. And it's lots of work you guys do in the background. And so much thanks with the antisocial behaviour team that the CPOs have been dealing with. Of course, the environmental team as well. So thank you all.
Thank you. Councillor Martin.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, well, what can I say that hasn't already been said? I mean, we've said it time and time again, but what the officers don't realise is that we are getting feedback on a daily basis from the public across Ashfield, and they really respect the work that the council does, and it's fantastic in every area. And when you look at the cabinet papers and you look at the work that's going on from the cabinet reports, you can see all the vast workload coming in. And they are coping with it, even in a pandemic. They are absolutely supersonic team and supported by the councillors, and rightly so, because they do a great job and a fantastic job on a daily basis in a very broad range of areas, like Lee's just alluded to there. And it's a lot of the stuff that you don't see that's going on behind the scenes that make the real difference to members of the public. And especially during this last year in the pandemic, because a lot of people have been self-isolating. They've not known who to reach out to, and it's been a rock and roller with tier 4, tier 3, tier 1, lockdown, not lockdown. And the one constant that they've always been able to rely on is the district council for their support and rolling out the extra support as well with the food parcels and the business grants. And where do I stop? It's just been an absolutely mammoth marathon task for them, and they've stepped up to the plate, and like no other council that I know, and it's absolutely fantastic. But what I can say to the members of the council team is that the public do appreciate it, they do relish it, and they have a different opinion of the council now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Zadrosny.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I don't want to overtalk this, but we all clearly have one fundamental problem with this motion, and it's that that we simply can't name enough staff members to thank. And I mean, and that's why we tried to, I know Samantha was really upset that she couldn't be here this evening when she took poorly, but tried the catch-all bit at the end to just try and really make it clear that we were thanking everybody. And there's so many teams. And I guess a lot of members don't see the cogs whirring in the background that keeps this organisation going sometimes. There's been a number of meetings. I mean, there constantly are meetings, but there's been a number of meetings recently where Carol and I are sort of panicking in the morning going, we've got 58 bin men and 20 of them are off with COVID this week or self-isolating. There was a point last week where, or the week before, where all 5 of our grave digging team were off, and there was another point where every manager in the depot was off, apart from Phil Bennett, who was the last man standing. And we've got such amazing teams. They're just an example. Amazing teams of staff from across the organisation who have just gone, okay, rolled up the sleeves, and I'll empty the bins today. Or whatever, we'll dig graves today. And that's meant that when Derby City Council across Christmas just stopped waste collection for 2 weeks, our teams continued to empty not only 14,000 bins a day, but did the baggage stuff on top to help out our residents, because they live in Ashfield, they're for Ashfield, they care about it. And that's not just waste and environment, that's every team across the council. But I think there are some stars that you can't name. And I do think Paul Rowbottom has been fantastic. He's been fantastic. And he will hate me saying this, is the most modest man we've got in the depot. But he's been brilliant. Phil Bennett, I said he was the last manager standing. The guy's there to manage our cemeteries. He managed the whole of everything for a couple of days while people were self-isolating. Andy Vaughan has stepped up and been an amazing interim. And we all know about, Dave Marriott and Alex Morehouse, who just do it day after day after day. And sometimes we forget to say thank you. Alex Morehouse has been doing it day after day after day for 45 years now. And he still goes like a trooper. He was still there the other day when we were planting trees, digging holes and telling people that the branches were facing the wrong way and getting it right, because he cares. He gives a toss about everything we do. If Darrowin wasn't there, we wouldn't have had this leisure centre. I mean, the man's been tenacious. Me and him have bristled up a couple of times about the details, but by God, that leisure centre will be open this time next year because he's put that work in and delivered something. And there's a massive set of other teams up there. I mean, Paul Crawford answers my phone calls night and day to, I want a bit of a path resurfacing. The park's not quite how we wanted it. The comms team. I know so many people have named things. Catherine, at 10 o'clock at night, I'll WhatsApp Catherine and say something's happened, and I don't think she's always delighted by it, but she gets on and does it. Richard, we all need to say congratulations to soon. Abby's in hospital at the moment. She had a burst appendix, emergency surgery. She's still dealing with her stuff on Messenger for us, and on Holly. That team's amazing. This team's across this council. There's Di and Carla and Rachel who are in every day in elections. We've got elections in 90 days. Those girls are in that office every day, still processing postal vote forms and signature refreshers and bits and pieces. And Di, I spoke to Di today. The only thing she's worried about is her second jab is due in the middle of the postal vote opening, and she's worried she might not be able to do it, be in for an hour, and that we might have to cover. That was all she's worried about. That's how selfless our teams are, and there's so many of. We wouldn't be in here now if it weren't for the BSOs, if it weren't for Tim and Brian and Dawn unlocking and locking up, and at weekends when we've been in to make welfare calls, they've been in despite family pressures. You know, there's all of the back office team. I know people have mentioned Lynn and Shane and Mike, rightly so, but there's Lindsay and Dora, all those people who just keep things going. Antonio's put so much work in that Helen's been able to sign that document off super quick. Those extra 5 members of staff starting on the 1st of April because he put that work in. You know, Christine Saris, people will be surprised to hear me say Christine Saris, but I have phoned that officer, I mean, dozens of times a day, and planning people are just not assuming stuff. They've not missed one application, not one deadline. It's the same with licensing, environmental health, all of those teams. And I can't keep naming officers, but I'm so proud. I sit on a number of LGA boards. I'm sitting on East Midlands Councils tomorrow. I sit on the Districts Councils Network, and I can guarantee you I'm the proudest leader of any of the councils there.
Councillor Johnson, 5 o'clock.
Well, I'm about to wrap up, Chair, but I think I'm rightly proud because our staff are exemplary, and I know we're all frustrated that we can't name every team and every staff member going, but by God, this motion's right. They deserve our thanks right now, and I'm so happy to support it, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Grounds.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to say that every department of this council has been absolutely fantastic throughout this pandemic in keeping services running. But I'd like to especially thank you and praise Pete Hudson, our finance team, and all those that have been involved in making sure our businesses have all got the grants that they needed. I'm in regular contact with all businesses across Kirkby, and every time a grant is announced, I receive plenty of messages praising our staff in the handling of it and for making sure they are happy as possible. So on behalf of myself, our residents and our businesses, a huge thank you to everyone. I fully support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Madden.
Thank you, Chair. Quite a few councillors have spoken as councillors. As Jason has mentioned, we're doing welfare calls at the moment, lots of telephone calls. And 75% of the people I speak to say how wonderful the staff are at Ashfield for turning out in all weathers, under all circumstances, and keeping the district as it is. We get 1 or 2 complaints about litter here or litter there, but as others have said, the staff are stepping up to the plate, they get out there and it's done. So from the residents' point of view that I've spoken to over the last few weeks, thank you.
Councillor Smith, do you wish to exercise your right to reply? Oh, sorry. Do apologise. Councillor Hollis wishes to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, I'm sorry for not waving sooner, but no, just a massive thank you. And really, I think everybody said, Councillors Drosny and others, very eloquently, and thanked all the staff. But really, just a few that I think really probably just need an extra thank you. And possibly we're all on this Zoom meeting today, and the IT staff particularly need a great thank you for the stuff they did. Of course, we held the first virtual AGM anywhere in the country out of 400 plus local authorities. Even our local county council tried to pull the wool over democracy's democracy's eyes by not holding a virtual meeting and tried to remove local members. Our council didn't do that and had a great system in place. So thank you for the IT department and of course all the democratic services, including Shane and Mike and Lynn, for organising these meetings and allowing us to have these discussions. But also 2 other thank yous were the finance team. I think, as Councillor Ground said, without them, I mean, frankly, God knows how they've done it. Not only managing our finances through the most difficult of times, but also handing out grants and dealing with new legislation that we've never seen before. So hats off to Pete and his team, led by Councillor Madden, absolutely fabulous. So thank you for that. And also not forgetting Councillor Martin's department, and all the staff there emptying the bins. Not only were we the only council to empty all the bins across Nottinghamshire, and I believe the East and West Midlands, but we went above and beyond to do extra, lots of things extra, the baggets, spring clean, the extra Christmas collections, everything. And that made a big difference to not only the council tenants, but also my residents in Huthwaite, Carsick and Sutton. But of course, I'd be remiss not to say a very special thank you to the staff in my team in the housing department. We were forced to continue our boiler checks, despite, how can I say, common sense saying that we could have relaxed some of the legislation, but all of our boilers were checked at a higher standard than any other council in Nottinghamshire. These were staff having to go into people's homes, putting themselves at risk. Emergency repairs as well were all carried out. And let's not forget, often these people are vulnerable themselves, our staff. They've got families, they've got their own personal worries, but they still went into people's properties during a relatively unknown time and carried out their work absolutely superbly. And frankly, as many other members have said, the amount of thank yous we get because of that have been great, and it's nice to have this opportunity to pass them on. So I think probably a phrase that comes to mind that a senior Ashfield independent once passed on to me, it's almost like a swan gliding across the lake, Madam Chair. It looks smooth on the surface, but the legs are pedalling to health to medal underneath, and that's exactly what Ashfield Council staff are, Madam Chair, and I'm very proud to thank everybody that works for us. So thank you for allowing this opportunity to thank them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you to all the members that have spoken on this. It's obvious that we're all very passionate about it, and we appreciate all the work that the staff have done. But with your indulgence slightly, Chair, I wanted to, as part of this motion, it says that on behalf of elected members and the residents of Ashfield District. So in a few minutes, I'm going to ask Mike to play a short clip for you. It's only 36 seconds, but I'll ask him to do that in a few moments, because I think that's something that's a really good way of showing that. There is just one thing that I wanted to mention before we do that. I think there is one team of people that we haven't mentioned or anybody's mentioned yet, and that's our COVID response team, our COVID marshals, Trevor Middleton and his team, and the amount of amazing work that they've been doing. And you know what, they fly under the radar, but it's thanks to that hard work that the final demand letters that Councillor Wilmot was talking about earlier have been sent out to businesses due to the hard work of their teams. And we've done it as the roundabout team, but I think it's appropriate to mention Trevor himself, because he's given a lot of time and effort and blood, sweat and tears, so to speak, to improving things in Ashfield. Mike, if technology will allow, would you, as my final note, play the little video clip, please?
Can you please bear with us? We've got a few technical difficulties. Councillor Smith, could you just talk about the film just before we watch it, please? What it's about.
Yeah. Yesterday, the council received, I think Mike's about to do it, a post through Facebook, I believe, from a young boy who is 8 years old. And Mike, if we can play it, I think that'll explain itself. No? Okay. And he wanted to personally thank the refuse team for the hard work that they've done during the COVID pandemic. If we can't do it, Mike, I will just do it from my phone and hold it up at the screen, because I think it is a very nice way to end this discussion.
Councillor Smith, could you do that, please?
Yes, just give me 1 second.
Dear refuge garbage collectors. My name is Reggie Key and I am 8 years old. During the COVID-19 pandemic, I have noticed the great work you are all doing. I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I hope you and your families are safe from COVID-19. I hope you like the post that I made for you that I left on my bin.
Madam Chairman, I think that sums up this debate. Thank you.
No, thank you. Having fully debated the motion, I now wish to move to the vote. Can you clearly raise your hand if you wish to vote for the motion? Okay. Councillor Helen Ann Smith, Councillor Jim Blagden, Councillor Jason Zadrosny, Councillor David Martin, Councillor John Wilmot, Councillor Matthew Ralph, Councillor Trevor Locke, Councillor Dave Walters, Councillor Rachel Madigan, Councillor Lee Waters, Councillor Dale Grounds, Councillor John Smallridge, Councillor David Hennigan, Councillor Dave Shaw, Councillor Arnie Hankin, Councillor Tom Hollis, Councillor Christian Chapman, Councillor Warren Nuttall, Councillor Andy Gascoigne, Councillor Keir Morrison, Councillor Kieran Brown, Councillor Kevin Rossent, Councillor Sarah Madigan, Councillor Daniel Williamson, Councillor Andy Meakin, Councillor Phil Rossent, Councillor Laura Mitchell, Councillor Caroline Wilkinson. Vote has been carried. Thank you. Motion 3. Can I ask you, Councillor Martin, to read out your motion, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So, with your indulgence, I'll give you a reason as to why we've had to bring this motion to the council after I've read the motion out and when I start my speech on the motion. I'll try and keep my speech shorter because of the time. So thank you. So this council notes with dismay that 5 years ago, the then Labour administration of Ashfield District Council closed Selston Golf Course against the wishes of the local people. The building has since fallen into a near state of dereliction, and this still costs taxpayers £6,000 every year to maintain. The council further recognises that the residents in Selston Parish expect this council to treat Selston Country Park on a par with other park facilities across the district, such as the lawns in Sutton and Titchfield Park in Hucknall. To do this, we'll need investment, an investment that is only fair for the Selston residents. This council notes that the country park is owned wholly by Nottinghamshire County Council and regrets that the current administration there have, with political malice, prohibited the progression of plans to reopen the CAF on the park. However, thanks to the passion and tenacious work of Ashfield independent councillors who represent the rural wards, some improvement work has commenced on the park, namely Phase 1, the building of the Memorial Park. This should be completed in the near future and we'll see 3 new flagpoles and raised flower beds, as well as disabled-friendly benches installed to complement the commemorative benches previously installed. The administration are as keen as the local public to make Selston Country Park a destination park where events can be held for all members of the community, where it is possible that farmers' markets can be held, big screen films staged. Therefore, this council resolves that officers of the council work up costed plans without delay to create a new CAF hub at Selston Country Park. This will be a multi-purpose extension to the current building, allowing it to be run full-time for local people to use in the same way that other CAFs in the district are. This will be Phase 2 of the Country Park plans. Officers note and record the medium-term plans to work up Phase 3 for the park to provide more things of interest to do at the site, and future 106 contributions from the parish should then be allocated to this plan. The plan could include, but is not limited to, formalising paths and recycle routes, creating nature trails, extending the car park, and installing a variety of play equipment. Officers to commence work on the long-term lease options of the site with Nottingham County Council and confirm our intention to extend the current lease. Officers present present any future plans to Cabinet for further approval. Officers to develop a business case for consideration by Cabinet and to present to Council for full approval, subject to the business case being financially viable. The business case will be developed within the first quarter of 21-22. Thank you, Madam Chair. I propose the motion and I'd like to speak on it now, if that's all right.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
So thank you, Madam Chair. So points to remember is that the County Council own this park, unlike the other parks across the district. So we aren't being parochial. It's a very different set of affairs where the District Council own the other sites across Titchfield, Sutton Lawn and the Acre. At Selston, the country park is wholly owned by the County Council and leased by the district. And the lease is set to end in 8 years, but we have the first option to renew that lease for 50 years. So on the 19th of January 17, the Ashfield District Council Labour Cabinet decided to close the golf course because it was showing a net loss of £62,000 per year, because the ground workers team that maintained the golf course cost a lot of money and there was staff to pay for the cap as well. So the district in the previous autumn did a survey in Selston, which was 56% in favour of outsourced management to keep it as a golf course and 40% to convert it to a community park. The Labour Cabinet's decision was to leave the golf course as it was for the following season, close it in the winter and turn it into a country park, which is exactly what they did. In the subsequent 8 months, I held 8 separate meetings at County Hall, Ashfield District Council, Selston Parish Council. To the latter of these involved Derek Higdon, a senior county council officer, who instructed Parkway Leisure to look at the site as an outsourced management company for the county council, and they subsequently declined to take on the site because they manage places like Home Pierpont and Clumber Park. So Selston's not in the same league. In the May of 2017, the new leader, Councillor Kay Cutts, took control of the county council and blocked all estate movements until they'd been reviewed by the cabinet at county council. On the 7th of December 17, I asked Councillor Tim Brown, who used to do the job that I do now, if they'd made any more headway with their plans for the closure of the golf course, because I believe this is a valuable community asset and that all that could be done should be done to ensure it's preserved. And would he not agree? Of course, they had already agreed to closure. The chairman then gave me a supplementary question, and I just wanted to ask if they'd looked into the possibility of outsourced management and community enterprise partnerships, but they were not explored. Councillor Tim Brown responded and said, we've looked at all the options and we've consulted widely and we've been involving the Rural Parish Council in the discussion process around the country park and golf course. As far as we're concerned, the lease is running out. It's costing us $78,000 a year and it's an unused facility. It's really up to Nottingham County Council to make its mind up on moving it to a viable solution. The golf course closed on December the 17th, 2017. And the country park opened subsequently. When I spoke to officers at the county council, they had no idea about this closure, and they were unaware of anything happening to it at all. So then in February that year, I made a constituency speech, which I won't read out. It was a constituency speech about the benefits of the county council helping the district council to reopen the country park and to allow them to develop it more. And of course, they were heading towards unitary authority. And I said, you can't even sort out a golf course in Selston. So what hope have we got of you becoming a unitary authority? I had 4 other meetings with senior council officers and the parish council and got nowhere. I also emailed Councillor Cutts in 2018, May, asking for a meeting regarding the site and its future. And I still await the reply. Then after the subsequent election of our MP in the late 2019, last year on the 31st of July, the country park became a sudden focus of his short attention span, brought about by the parish council chairman with a scheme for the parish council to take over the park. I have no doubts at all that the parish council does not have the wherewithal or the administrative capacity to manage this site, and other staff and parish councillors at that meeting fully agreed with me at the time. Everyone knows that the Conservatives will no longer be running Nottinghamshire County Council after May, and that is why it is urgent that plans are put in place now so that we can hit the ground running. I am incensed at the meddling of others playing politics here.
Councillor Martin, you've had 5 minutes.
I'll exercise my right to take another 2.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm incensed at the meddling of others playing politics here, and you can all clearly hear my frustration. Throughout all of this time, the residents of Selston Parish have had to live with no facilities on the country park at all. And so it's our steadfast intention with this motion to implement a clear and concise change of direction for what should be the jewel in the crown for the residents of Selston and beyond, as a destination venue with facilities for all residents to enjoy after this pandemic is over. And at each stage, public consultation will be participated in. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I hope you'll all support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Gascoigne, as seconder to the motion, do you wish to speak?
Yes, I'd like to say a few words. Not a lot, keep it short. Yeah, I can't really say much more than what Councillor Dave Martin just said, but the residents and me and Councillor Hankin and Councillor Martin are we are very passionate about this park. It's doing nothing. We've got nothing in Selston at all. So we are absolutely we are really biting the bit to get this sorted and get it up and running. So at the minute we've got the works going on for the phase 1, the building of the memorial park. That's going to be complete soon. We've got the 3 flag poles up. As you can see behind me, I've got the 3 flags ready to go up. The raised flower beds almost complete, just weather permitting. They'll be done in the next week or so. The commemorative bench is up, and one of the disabled benches is up, which has got to be swapped because it was a different colour what we wanted, but that's by the by. Yeah, it's work ongoing, and it's looking good, and we are getting there. I've had a meeting inside the cafe itself, and we've designed a new internal structure for that, just to make it a little bit more user friendly, and that's ongoing at the minute. I'm in talks with Christos, but no, everything's positive, and obviously me and Councillor Hankin, we really want this to get off the ground, and Councillor Morton as well. Thank you. So yeah, that's about it, Madam Chair. So yeah, I will be wholeheartedly seconding this.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak? And could you please, if you do, could you please keep it short, because the time is 10:15 now. Thank you.
Councillor Hankin.
Yeah.
Councillor Hollis.
Yeah.
Just got Councillor Hankin and Councillor.
Right, we've got Councillor Hankin, Councillor Hollis and Councillor Smith. So could we start with Councillor Hankin, please?
Good evening, Madam Chair. Can I just say congratulations for delivering such a wonderful, wonderful representation of a step-in chair this evening. Sorry for putting it onto you so quickly. We didn't want to do that, but you've done an absolutely wonderful job. Thank you. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, I haven't got a lot of time because I could speak to about this till 12 o'clock at night, but I'll try and keep it as brief as I possibly can. You know, we look at Labour, Labour wanted the colliers' votes right the way through the villages. And then we have this open space where these colliers could walk about, breathing that vile air underground all those years. And we had a space in the village where they could walk and exercise and breathe fresh air. Labour shut it, stopped it. The jewel in the crown in the village stopped it. Then we have the Conservative Party, which want nothing to do with it. And it is left to Ashfield Independence, ADC, where, bear in mind, none of those parties even put a bench for elderly people when they were walking round to sit down. And Ashfield Independence have. Ashfield Independence have also are building this wonderful, wonderful memorial garden for the fallen, for the police, fire service, ambulance service, and colliers which lost their lives underground. Now, I had three little wishes, and I think the most important thing with this motion, which I fully support, and to read through it is very self-explanatory. I had three little wishes. One was to open the park and get it up and running for the residents of people in Selston, the rurals, and anybody what wants to come and see us and have a cup of tea, a biscuit, a piece of cake, sit down, enjoy the view. Wish one, gonna happen. Wish two, to build something, as I say, a memorial garden where we can go there on whatever day we want, but on Remembrance Sunday, and think about all those people who gave everything up for us to talk this evening and debate. Number three, which was quite a selfish one, so I put a line through it, was to have an early vaccine COVID jab. But I put a line through that because that was so selfish. So the third one I rewrote was that this is a wonderful space. This will happen. We have dedicated councillors in Gascoigne and Martin and the Ashfield Independents, and a dedicated team which is now pushing everything forward for this wonderful open space. And watch this space, because it will be the jewel in the crown for Selston, where families can walk, chat, converse, exercise, and enjoy an open green space. And the investment will be within Ashfield District Council, and the most important will be Ashfield Independence. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Hollis.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not exactly sure I've got
2 minutes. We've got Councillor Johnson as well. Sorry, Councillor Hollis.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
I will keep it brief.
Thank you.
I'm not sure I've got the how can I say, the genie's bottle that Arnie wants for his wishes, but we have got a ballot box, Madam Chair, coming up in May, and that ballot box might just deliver the wishes. It might not deliver the COVID vaccine jab like the chairman of the parish council got early, but it might deliver, and certainly will deliver the wishes if we are able to get Ashfield Independence elected to the county council. Because let's just talk through a little bit of history on Selston Golf Course and why Councillor Martin, Councillor Gascoigne and Councillor Arnie Hankin, which he modestly didn't include himself in his list there, have been championing. It's been a golf course for generations. I played there since I was a lad. I think it was a real jewel in Ashfield, a publicly owned golf course maintained by the councils that you could go and use for very cheap. It was a really community hub. Then Labour, in their absolute wisdom, decided they wanted to close that facility, run it into the ground, should they add, and then close. And now the Conservatives won't let us have it. All we want is for them to sell it to the district council, give it to the district council. They don't want anything to do with it. They want to wash their hands of it. They can't do anything with it, but we want to. And members of Sutton will know Sutton Lawn, Briley Park, all the investments, for example, with those that we've done. Members of Kirkby will name their parks, and Hucknall too. We want to do the same for Selston. The Conservatives are stopping us doing that, Madam Chair. This motion puts a line in the sand to say that we want to deliver successful change, ambitious changes to Selston Country Park, but we're being stopped doing it. And hats off to Councillor Martin and Councillor Gascoigne for bringing this motion, and hats off to the Vice Chairman, Councillor Hankin, for all the efforts that those three have put in making sure that this issue gets solved. And I hope that the wishes that Councillor Hankin come to fruition, with me and him sat with a glass of red wine and a cigar, with raising the flags that Andy Gascoigne has put up, with the Memorial Garden, in not so far in the future, Madam Chair. And I think they are wishes that we as Ashfield Independents can make come true. So thank you, and I'll be supporting this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As we've heard, a lot's been said about Selston Golf Course. I used to like going to Selston Golf Course when I was in Selston. The food that you used to get from there was amazing. They used to do the most amazing cakes. They were just mouth-watering. And I think we need to be able to have somewhere like that again. You know, as Councillor Hollis said, we've got the Teversall Trail, we've got Teversall Visitor Centre, we've got the Brierley Visitor Centre, we've got Titchfield Park, Kingsway Park, Portland Park. We've all got amazing cafes, and we need to be able to have that in Selston as well. So on that point, Madam Chairman, I'd formally support this motion, but I'd also like to call for a recorded vote on this motion as well. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Zadrozny.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before I say what I was going to, I'll just second Councillor Smith's motion that we have a formally recorded vote on this item. Madam Chair, my comments are brief. Councillor Hollis touched on one point quickly about the Conservatives won't give it to us, they won't sell it to us, they won't enter into negotiations with us. And that sounds like we're being a bit grasping. The detail's even more finer than that. For anybody who looks at that building there, the Conservatives at County Hall, some of those who sit in this chamber, are actually refusing to allow us under the terms of the lease to let that building out so it can be a community cafe or a micro pub or God knows what, a wedding venue or whatever the residents of Selston choose that they want it to be. They're the ones that are actually stopping us. And Selston's a political hot potato at the moment. It's always a little bit fractious there. People are always have their heckles up. The tempers get higher in the parish than most places. And that's right. That's because Selston, Jacksdale, Underwood have been neglected by this district council and the county council for years and years and years. It's one of those places people always assumed they could take the vote, so they didn't bother doing anything. Then they scrapped the grants to the parishes, they took away money, and people in that parish pay more money because they have the parish precept but get less service. And when we took over, we said no more. Everywhere in this district, everywhere is going to get the same amount of love and expenditure and attention from our district council as everywhere else. Nowhere should be better than the other. And we started with year one by proving that to the residents of the parish by investing our play park strategy entirely in Selston, Jacksdale and Underwood. That's why there's a brand new Mooger at Jacksdale Rec. That's why there's an extension to the car park there for more people. And that's why I'm dead happy to support this motion, because I mean, regularly Arnie, Andy, meet with me, phone me, get angry with me because they want to see stuff in the rurals. They are the best rural councillors for a long, long time, since Councillor Turner decided to throw a hat in the ring of doing other things instead of being a councillor. These are the people I've known in my 15 years on this authority who have spoke up for Selston, Jacksdale and Underwood at the most. And do you know what? I'll take the odd rant from Andy or angry call from Arnie because they're not getting stuff fast enough, because they're right. Selston's been neglected, and everybody else has named all these places. They've named you know, Portland Park and Brierley Park and Kingsway Park and Sutton Lawn, all those places are exactly the same as Selston Country Park. They have a great park, they have a great cafe, and then they have loads of stuff for people to do. And why should Selston be any less? We've got the space, we've got money if we decide that that's a priority, which I think it is. I support those local members that they get the cash to do the work there. And we've got the building. And I think obviously that building can be bigger, it can be extended, it can be repurposed so that residents in Selston get a cafe full time too. And at the moment, there's two things blocking it. One is us formally putting the county council on notice that we will be extending that lease for at least 50 years. And this council making this statement that we're going to put the cash there to do what is needed for Selston, whether that's a new adventure playground, whether that's opening the cafe, you know, they're all those things to come, because we'll be asking the residents of Selston what they want to see. And that's the right thing to do. And the only other blockage, as has been pointed out, are those damn people who wear blue rosettes, who pretend they're on your side, but do everything they can, or in the case of some injustices in the rural areas, wear black and white rosettes when they really should be blue. Those people who pretend they're on your side but do everything they can, sniping and snarling and undermining, because all they care about is politics. So remember that in 90 days when you go out to vote, because it's those people who don't care. It's Andy and Arnie and Des who pound the streets day after day after day to deliver real tangible things for Selston. And that's why I'm backing our team in the rurals, because the people of Selston deserve it, and the people of Selston deserve a good Ashfield independent representation who will deliver what they've said, unlike all those other people who make hollow promises and then stab our residents in the back at every voting opportunity at County Hall. And I noticed they're silent today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
So does Dave wish to submit before we debate and vote?
What does he want to?
Does Dave want to summarise?
Summarise. Councillor Martin, do you wish to summarise before we go to the vote?
I thought you were going to say before we go to bed then.
Oh, that would be nice.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And may I say you've done an excellent job. Thank you very much. You've said something you regret now, haven't you? Anyway, you know, and I like to thank the other councillors for their support there. You know, sparing Carolina's blushes. Actually, the whole thing about Selston is the whole injustice of it, and that is the right word, because the county council administration, both Labour and the Conservative, have obfuscated the route for us to make any real progress with it. And of course, now we have clear intention with this motion and your support, my friends. With this motion, we will have a clear, concise intention to remove that block, extend the lease, and then that removes the prohibition from us spending the money on it, because we couldn't spend the money on it when we've only got 8 or 9 years left. It would be unacceptable to the public purse to do that. So we have to have the surety of knowledge that we're going to have it for another 50 years. And that park, because it was a golf course, it doesn't have anything else on it. So it's like a blank canvas. So the cap was shut. It was the only thing that was there that was any good. So the cap was shut. So the second phase after the Memorial Garden is going to be obviously opening the cap, much to the joy of most of the residents of Selston, who will love to have a cup of tea without worrying which way they vote. And, you know, the park itself is 22.5 acres, and it's just a fantastic site. The potential is massive. And of course, we will do a public consultation with the rest of Selston. You know, because we know what they want, and we will offer them what they want, and they will have the chance to say what they want. It's not a closed shop. It'll all be done with openness, transparency, and clarity going forward. So I would like to thank you all for your support and your kind words, the other councillors that have spoke on it. We are passionate about Selston Golf Course, and we do Selston Country Park, and we do want to revitalise it and make it a destination attraction after this bloody awful pandemic is over, so that all the residents of Ashfield can come and have a look at what the Ashfield Independents have transformed it into. and every resident in Ashfield will be able to come along and enjoy it, not just those in Selston. So thank you for your time. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I ask you to support the motion.
Thank you.
Before we go to the vote, we've had a proposal for a recorded vote that's coming from Helen Ann Smith. Mike, do you want to take me off mute, please?
During that debate, we had a proposal from Councillor Helen Ann Smith for a recorded vote on this motion, and that was subsequently seconded by Councillor Jason Zadrozny. So before we move to the vote on the motion, we need to vote on whether to make it a recorded vote. So what we're asking you to vote on now is whether to have a recorded vote. So what I would ask is that raise your hands if you support a recorded vote for this motion, and we'll take Councillor Wilkinson will take names at this point. So if you could clearly indicate that you are voting for a recorded vote. So back to you, Caroline.
Oh, blimey heck. Sorry, I'm so sorry. Yeah, okay. Councillor Caroline Wilkinson, Councillor Helen Ann Smith, Councillor Jim Blagden, Councillor Jason Zadrozny, Councillor David Martin, Councillor John Wilmot, Councillor Matthew Ralph, Councillor Trevor Locke, Councillor Dave Walters, Councillor Rachel Madden, Councillor Lee Walters, Councillor Dale Grounds, Councillor John Smallridge, Councillor David Hennigan, Councillor Dave Shaw, Councillor Arnie Hankin, Councillor Tom Hollis, Councillor Andy Gascoigne, Councillor Kieran Brown, Councillor Andy Meakin, Councillor Laura Mitchell, Councillor Daniel Williamson, Councillor Keir Morrison, Councillor Warren Nuttall, Councillor Sarah Madigan, Councillor Kevin Rossens, Councillor Christian Chapman, Councillor Phil Rostons. Yeah, I think they're not here, are they? Okay, thank you. The motion has been carried. So do I say about the proper one? Okay. Having fully debated this motion, I now wish to move the vote. Can you clearly raise your hand if you wish to vote for this motion? Okay. Councillor Caroline Wilkinson, Councillor Helen Ann Smith, Councillor Jim Blagden, Councillor Jason Zadrozny, Councillor David Martin, Councillor John Wilmot, Councillor Matthew Ralph, Councillor Trevor Locke, Councillor Dave Walters, Councillor Rachel Madden, Councillor Lee Walters, Councillor Dale Grounds, Councillor John Smallridge, Councillor David Hennigan, Councillor Dave Shaw, Councillor Arnie Hankin, Councillor Tom Hollis, Councillor Andy Gascoigne, Councillor Kieran Brown, Councillor Andy Meakin, Councillor Daniel Williamson, Councillor Lauren Mitchell, Councillor Dave Walter. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I do apologise. Sorry, Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Warren Nuttall, Councillor Christian Chapman, Councillor Sarah Madigan. Right. Can you clearly raise your hand if you are against the motion? Okay. Yeah. Okay. No. Okay. Can you clearly raise your hand if you wish to abstain? Yeah. Councillor Laura Mitchell. Councillor Keir Morrison. Councillor Phil Rossens and Councillor Kevin Rossens.
Just check.
Yeah, that's it. The vote has been carried. Thank you. Okay. Now move to motions 4 and 5. I have accepted 2 urgent motions under the council procedure rule 5. I do have to declare my allowance, and could we please restrict it to 2 minutes maximum per speaker, because it is now 25 to 11. Thank you. For the first of this urgent motion, I call Councillor Tom Hollis to propose. Is this 4 and 5 together? No, okay, just this one.
Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Thank you. I can see Shane's sharing it with members, but I'll just read it from Shane's screen as well. This council supports the police in their efforts to reduce crime and seek out criminals in Ashfield. Ashfield District Council now has an excellent record in working with police at all levels. With our portfolio holder for community safety, Councillor Helen Smith, Ashfield District Council is always working closely and always seeks new avenues to reduce crime and antisocial behaviour in our area. In their efforts to reduce the amounts of drugs on the streets, the police, Ashfield, the police have enacted Operation Reacher. We as a council support the principle of this operation. However, there has been a huge cost implication on the council, which I, as portfolio holder for housing, am putting to the council we can no longer bear. Throughout the enactment of Operation Reacher, the police have entered council-owned homes, often by breaking through exterior doors. The cost of the replacing of these destroyed doors has fallen to this council. The council has asked officers to investigate all costs relating to the police operation that have impacted this council. So far, but the investigation continues. 24 addresses have had doors broken down, through which this council has replaced. Some of new doors costing as much as £900 each. Unfortunately, there have been occasions where the police have raided the wrong property, but the cost of replacement doors has still been borne by this council. This is a situation that cannot continue. As the portfolio holder for housing, I want to spend the council's money on continuing to maintain the high standard of properties we already have for the good of our tenants, and to build more council houses to address the enormous waiting list. So I put to the council, Madam Chair, this council resolves that the council seeks to recharge the police for damage to property when the wrong address has been entered. Number 2, if criminality is established in our properties damaged by the police, the tenant is recharged for the cost of the repair. And with your indulgence, Chair, I don't know if you'd like it to be seconded or whether you'd like me to speak on it now.
We need to be seconded first.
But then Tom can speak on it.
And then you can speak on it, Councillor Hollis.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Helen Smith, if you'd like to second it.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll second that and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Tom, do you wish to speak now?
Yeah, really, I think the motion speaks for itself. And I appreciate, Chairman, you allowing this as an emergency motion. And I think the emergency nature of it is fairly clear. This operation and other police operations within our district are happening thick and fast. This isn't new, by the way, should I say, to members and Madam Chairman. This is something that Ashfield Council has always done and used to do up until very recently, where previous administrations felt the need to, maybe as a gesture of cooperativeness, to not recharge, and maybe when council finances were in better places. But frankly, we can't do that anymore. And it's been brought to our attention that many of these properties have been rated incorrectly. And I think it's absolutely outrageous that we should bear the cost of somebody else's mistake. And frankly, working closely with the police is something this authority wants to do, and the motion makes very clear of that. But that cooperation works both ways. And I think the police, I hope, don't see us as a junior partner in the relationship, but as an equal partner. And if they are going to damage council property, they should be the ones and their budgets that meet the cost. And that's really the purpose of this motion, Chairman, and I'll commend it to the council, and I'm happy to take any comments in my summation at the end. Thank you.
Does anyone wish to speak? At the moment, we've just got Councillor Smith who wishes to speak. Is there anybody else?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As nobody else has indicated to speak, I'd like to move that we move to the vote, Madam Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hollis, would you like to summarise?
Yes, thank you, and I appreciate Councillor Smith's brevity, but really the motion speaks for itself, as I've already said. I hope in this relationship with the police that they also seek to consider some of their operational decisions with regards to breaking and entering people's properties. Of course, this motion only speaks to our owned properties, but members alike will be aware of privately owned properties that have been broken into, one of which in Councillor Smith's division in Skegby, where a young couple were broken into it early hours of the morning. She was pregnant at the time, dragged out of the bed, only to realise the police were after somebody who lived there 2 years before they bought the home off. They were there to borne the cost of £1,000 bill, a very distressed lady. And quite rightly, the police apologised, but still didn't reimburse. And that was the cost borne on them. And it's a similar cost borne on the council here in Ashfield. So I welcome members' support of this motion and would urge them to vote for it. So actually we can keep our budgets directed at the tenants' improvements and building more council houses, as exactly the preamble in the motion states, Madam Chair. And I thank you again for allowing the motion.
Thank you. Right, we will now move to the vote. Can you clearly raise your hand if you wish to vote for this motion? Councillor Caroline Wilkinson, Councillor Helen Ann Smith, Councillor Jim Blagden, Councillor Jason Zadrosny, Councillor David Martin, Councillor John Wilmot, Councillor Matthew Ralph, Councillor Trevor Locke, Councillor Dave Walters, Councillor Rachel Madden, Councillor Lee Waters, Councillor Dale Grounds, Councillor John Smallridge, Councillor David Hennigan, Councillor Dave Shaw, Councillor Arnie Hankin, Councillor Tom Hollis, Councillor Andy Gascoigne, Councillor Andy Meakin, Councillor Dave Williamson, Councillor Warren Nuttall, Councillor Christian Chapman, Councillor Kieran Brown, Councillor Sarah Madigan. Can you clearly raise your hand if you are against this motion? No. Can you clearly raise your hand if you wish to abstain? Councillor Lauren Mitchell, Councillor Kevin Rossent, Councillor Keir Morrison, Phil gone? Yeah. Okay. Now under the motion 5, do we just actually say it's the motion is carried? Oh right. Sorry, the motion's carried. Yeah. Right, now we go into motion 5 under the council procedure rule 5. Can I call on Daniel Williamson to propose, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to bring this emergency motion to the full council. This council notes that there is a national debate on the roles and responsibilities of councillors currently taking place. The Public Accounts Select Committee are meeting next week to discuss preparations and contingency planning for the local elections, which are due to take place in just 90 days. Therefore, this council moves to re-ratify and make clear the roles and responsibilities of ward councillors, which all members here signed up to following their election in 2019. In addition, this council will send our document to the Public Accounts Select Committee in advance of their meeting to demonstrate the broad range of tasks a local elected member is required to undertake to aid in informing their work. I'm happy to move this, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Would you like to speak on the matter or reserve your right to speak later?
If I may, I'll just say briefly now, we all signed up to a rather comprehensive list of responsibilities and expectations when we all became councillors in 2019. Given the time of day now, it's not my intention to talk this to death, but I just want to remind everybody here that one of the key responsibilities that we have as councillors is to communicate with local people regularly about the decisions that affect them, about the opportunities they have in this community, about their rights as constituents within Ashfield and their rights to know why certain decisions are taken. Madam Chair, this motion is all about re-ratifying our commitments to all of our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Madden, as seconder to the motion, do you wish to speak? Councillor Rachel Madden.
Thank you. Whoever's in charge of the mute button, I'll speak to you afterwards. Happy to second this, Chair. As new councillors have noted over the last year and a bit, our roles are many and varied, and we actually can and do perform a very important part of the community. So, as I say, happy to second this and commend this motion to the Chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak? We can't. Walters or Waters? Waters. Lee, did you say, or Dave? Sorry. Yeah.
Did you say Lee or David?
Dave. Okay, so we've got David Walters, Tom Hollis, and Councillor Smith. Is that everybody?
2 minutes.
And I'm just reminding you, you've got 2 minutes maximum. Can we start with Dave Walters, Councillor Dave Walters, please?
Yeah, hello. Got my name right there in the third or fourth attempt, Caroline. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Lady. Doing very well, by the way. I'm just wondering, this has kind of snuck in through the back door, and I'm a Dickadivian for wanting to know what I'm voting for. Shane kindly flicked through, but I'm wondering what's behind this. Why are we doing it tonight? Is there something missing? Is there something we've got to improve on? I'd like to know that before I vote. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Hollis.
Thank you, Chair. And I think what Shane was flicking through was actually the what is already the code of conduct for councillors. The motion itself was that brief statement before, which I'm sure Shane will play again. But I'm in full support of this. When I signed up to be a councillor back in 2011 at the age of 18, I read through that document and I took it to heart, really. And one of the main things that came out of it for me was not, and probably it's the way I read it as well, I didn't think it was my job to think on behalf of the public. I think it was my job to represent them. And one of the cornerstones in the document was communicating with residents, making sure that we stayed in regular contact, not only to find out their views, but also to make sure they could contact us for whether it be vital council services, whether it be ask us for help, whatever it might be. And of course, there's other forms of communication, such as the internet and telephones. But with the best will in the world, nobody has everybody's telephone number. Members of the council will be aware that not everybody is technologically gifted. Certainly many of the people I represent, particularly in the most vulnerable communities, do not have the internet or certainly regular access to it. No more, the COVID pandemic certainly shown that more than ever. One of the best ways we communicate with our residents is through newsletters and various direct communications. To me, that is an essential role of being a councillor. And frankly, during COVID, no more better example. More than 85 out of every 100 food parcels that come out of the county council come to Ashfield. I dare say that's because we've been promoting the golden number within our district through newsletters produced by local independent councillors. Often not political, often just informative, and that is an essential role of being a councillor, in my view. And I'm proud to represent people and make sure they know exactly all the things they can access. So I'll be supporting this, and I think in the act of writing to the committee, making sure that they remember what it is to be a local councillor. And actually, these documents aren't new. They've been there for, well, since councillors began at this council, something that we all signed up to when we became councillors. So frankly, reminding government of what our role is frankly should be obvious to them, and I think I'm happy to support the motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Shane, can you just take us back onto the actual motion for a moment, please? Sorry. This is the bit that we're voting on. I know Shane was scrolling through the paperwork, but as Councillor Hollis said, that's something that we all signed up to when we first got elected onto the council. When you got your handbook and welcome pack when you were first elected, this is just saying that that document that we've all signed up to, where we said that we would represent our electorate to the best of our ability, where we would communicate with them, we'd be the bridge between the public and the council and other outside bodies. So not just the council, but I know Councillor Walters, you sit on a lot of health committees, so you're that bridge between the public and those committees, saying what your residents need, what our residents need, what we want to achieve. And what we're asking here is to send that document to show that actually communication is a massive part of what we do in our roles as councillors. And to be effective councillors, you need to be able to communicate with your residents. And on that note, Madam Chairman, I hope I've explained it enough for Councillor Walters. And I would like to move that we go straight to the vote, seeing as it is 5 to 11 on a Thursday evening. Thank you,
Right.
Madam Chairman.
Right. Councillor Smith, we've actually got two other councillors that wish to speak.
That's Councillor Martin.
It's Councillor Martin and Councillor Zadrosny. So if we could do Councillor Martin, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'll keep it brief. But obviously, having been a councillor now for just over 5 years, county councillor and district councillor, it's pivotal, and our role is always under stress in whatever circumstances. So we are the direct link between the council and the members of the public, and they come to us untold with all sorts of issues and problems. And especially during this last year, where some people, I mean, I spoke to one bloke this morning who's not been out since the beginning of December. He doesn't see anybody. He just, everything's on telly. So, you know, they rely on us to be their source of information, and to reaffirm it to the government in this time is appropriate. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can we have Councillor Zdrojny, please? Oh, God, I can't speak.
Thank you, Chair. Just to be brief, I guess, in some summation, the reason I know members have brought this to the chamber now is because this is actually a document that was all given to every councillor in their induction pack in 2019. It's there's nothing overly exciting or anything else. The reason we've brought it is because the government are doing a consultation next week, asking councils about councillors' roles, because I mean, quite frankly, they're trying to diminish what we do and say it's not that important, and therefore the election can go ahead without any problems or a lot of health and safety issues, because it's quite small fry. And what we wanted to do was re-ratify the document that we all had in 2019 to say this is the massive job that councillors have, all the different things they have to learn and do and engage in. This is what our document is at Ashfield District Council, and let it form part of their decision-making process about how they conduct the election in 90 days. So the only reason to bring it back is for us to formally send it to the government's consultation that is there now. I think members all know what an enormous job is and how varied. This council provides 800 services. We all represent around about 3,000 people each in the single member wards, and we become minor experts at dozens of different things, from licensing and planning and refuse and everything else. And I think the government needs to recognise with less disdain what a huge job being a councillor is, and therefore I think it's absolutely right that we send our document to them and show them what our job is, because it's not just voluntary for a couple of hours a week. A lot of us put our heart and souls into doing something for our district, and therefore I think the government needs to see in Ashfield what we do as part of that. So I'm very happy to support the motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Nuttall, please.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me come in. I mean, I'm listening to the debate as I always do, and what have you. I'm along the lines of Councillor Walters. Is, you know, I can't see why this has come as an emergency motion. I really cannot see how this is an emergency motion. The writing to government, what Jason's just said, I fully understand that. Did it need to be as a motion on this agenda this evening to do that? And I don't know. I'm not comfortable with this. I'm really not comfortable with this. I feel like I'm being played like a pawn on a chess game here. And honestly, I cannot support this one tonight. I'm sorry to say to the group. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Right. Councillor Williamson, would you like to summarise the motion, please?
Sorry, Chair, Madam Chair, I do believe Councillor Zdrojny is indicating.
Oh, sorry, I haven't got him up on my screen. Councillor Zdrojny, please.
Thank you, Chair. It's just a point of clarification, just because I don't want anybody to feel that we're bounced. The reason this has come as an emergency notice because this council was notified at exactly 4 o'clock today from the local government association that we, that the, which committee is it, that the Public Accounts Select Committee are preparing for this work next week, and could we let them know today? So we actually only got this information at 4 o'clock today, asking us to feed into that. Now, granted that is very late notice for us to get anything, and that's why we weren't doing anything new. But I just think in terms of feeding into that process, we wanted to send our document that we all have already to part of that process, and it seemed appropriate to just get council's approval to send it. Nothing underhand or anything like that, but I'll send Warren and anybody else that's questioning that email that we got. I grant you we should have had a bit more notice, but I think then that is what I meant entirely at the first bit. They take us for granted, and that's why at the 11th hour they thought, we're making all these decisions about councils, perhaps we ought to ask them. But 4 o'clock exactly, I got that email asking us to feed into that public consultation, government consultation. So I apologise for bouncing council, as it were, but there's nothing underhand intended at all.
Thank you. Councillor Williams. Oh, sorry. Councillor Dave Walters would like to speak.
Yeah, thank you. Oh. Thank you for the opportunity. Can you hear me okay?
Sorry, Councillor Walters, because you've spoke once.
I'm not. I was going to say, am I allowed to speak again?
No, sorry, no, I've been told no, sorry. So it's definitely now Councillor Williamson to summarise, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think there's really much more to be said on it. Councillor Zadrozny provided the summary that I was going to provide, merely to explain to councillors how late we received notification on this, but as he's done it in a far more concise manner than I could, I will happily move to the vote now.
Okay, thank you. We will now move to the vote. Can you clearly raise your hand if you wish to vote for the motion? Okay. Councillor Caroline Wilkinson, Councillor John Smallridge, Councillor John Wilmot, Councillor Matthew Ralph, Councillor Dave Walters, Councillor Rachel Madden, Councillor Trevor Locke, Councillor Arnie Hankin, Councillor Jim Blagden, Councillor Andy Meakin, Councillor Tom Hollis, Councillor Daniel Williamson, Councillor David Hennigan, Councillor Warren Nuttall, Councillor Lee Waters, Councillor Dale Grounds, Councillor Jason Zadrozny, Councillor Dave Shaw, Councillor Andy Gascoigne, Councillor Keir Morrison, Councillor Helen Ann Smith, Councillor Kieran Brown, Councillor Lauren Mitchell, Councillor David Martin. Can I just confirm with Councillor Warren Nuttall, did you have your hand up or not? Sorry. Yeah, okay. Can you raise your, clearly raise your hand if you are against the motion? No, I've got nobody. Okay. Can you clearly raise your hand if you wish to abstain, please? Right. Councillor Warren Nuttall. Councillor Kevin Rossen. That's it. Right. The vote has been carried. Thank you. Where's that? Can you just bear with me one moment, please? Right, agenda item 11. This item deals with any questions submitted in writing by members in accordance to the Council Procedure Rule 13. I can advise you that we have not received any. Thank you. I've got that one, yeah. Yeah. Agenda item number 12. This item provides a list of minutes of Cabinet and committee meetings that have been published since the last original meeting of the Council, for members to give notice in writing of their intention to ask a question of the relevant chairman under Council Procedures Rule 13.2. I can advise you that we have not received any. That brings me to the end of the agenda, and I want to thank everybody for their patience and enabling this virtual meeting to take place. Thank you also to all the members of the public who turned in and looked at an interest in the business conducting at this meeting. I hope you have enjoyed it. I can now end this meeting, bring this meeting to a close. Thank you so much. I've really appreciated it. Thank you. Good night.